Welcome! Welcome to the True Mass Games YouTube channel, and welcome to another one-shot. We are not playing D&D 5th edition tonight. Instead, we will be playing Symbaroum, which is a dark fantasy role-playing game that was released by a Swedish role-playing company named Järnringen, or however you pronounce that. It has been going quite a while in Sweden and is very popular there. I backed the English Kickstarter for the English translation of the book, and that's why I have this here. A nice little core rulebook. And anyway, we will be playing the introductionary adventure, The Promised Land, which is straight from the core rulebook with pre-generated characters and all that. So if you're interested in role-playing games, stick with us. I have read the rules and the background of the setting and such, but I would not say I have mastered them by no any means. So if people are watching this who already know more about Symbaroum than I do, please feel free to reach out in the comments and tell me all the hundreds of things that I've done wrong during this adventure. I'm sure there will be plenty of it. But anyway, let's start with a quick introduction into the setting and a quick introduction into the rules. So Symbaroum is a dark fantasy setting, which means it is not nearly as heroic as, say, a D&D. In Symbaroum, you are not like a hero facing armies as such. You're more of a adventurer, treasure hunter. It's more of a bit more gritty, bit more dark. Magic in this setting is very dangerous, not nearly as common as it would be, as it is in things like D&D and such, and most player characters do not actually wield much magic, if at all. The setting is basically two countries. One of them is the old country of what's the name? Alberator, which is basically the country where the civilized humans in the world of Symbaroum come from. The country of Alberator, the realm of Alberator, has been very mighty once, a great kingdom, but that was before the war. There was a very long, very sinister war against a being that doesn't really have a proper name. It is basically was some sort of necromancer of great power, a death mage using the dead bodies of the fallen to do its bidding. And in the war against this power, the whole realm of Alberator was destroyed. The soil was blackened, the trees have died, and yeah, people had to leave. The survivors, even after the enemy was slain, had to leave. So Queen Corinthia, the young queen who had won the war, had to leave their people north through the Titans, which is a mountain range to the north, that is the northern border of the old kingdom of Alberator, and also the setting for tonight's adventure. So in tonight's adventure, we will be traveling through the Titans. Anyway, the people of Alberator have founded a new realm, the realm of Indos, a new realm north of the mountains, on the borders of the old and mighty Davokar forest. It is a giant forest, dark and ancient, and filled with old ruins, the old ruins of a civilization that has been destroyed a thousand or so years ago, the civilization of Symbaroum, which also gives the role-playing game the name. And the barbarian tribes living in this land before the coming of the more civilized people of the south whisper of strange things and monstrosities and weird magics alive in the forests. And even the barbarian tribes do not venture too deeply in there, because there's all kinds of weird things like elves and ogres and much darker things, abominations, twisted beings that have come into too close contact with dark magic that rule this deadly forest. And beneath all that, in the ruins of old Symbaroum, there is supposed to be some evil power that has destroyed the old kingdom of Symbaroum and will maybe awaken once more if there are too many treasure hunters and too many fortune seekers and too many, well, outlaws and all that stuff pouring in and meddling with the ruins. But that is of no great importance to our heroes at the moment. We will be playing a group of characters that are trying to get from the old from the old lands of Alberator through the Titans with a caravan to get to the new land of Indos, which is why this adventure is called The Promised Land, because it's much very much a journey towards a better future, hopefully. The rules of Symbaroum are simple in their basic concept, much more complicated in detail. At the very base, how Symbaroum works is you have a stat, or actually 8 attributes, which are your core stats, that range from 5 to 15. Technically, above 15 is possible, below 5 is also possible, but that is very rare. 10 is your average, basically. And the way you roll checks on these attributes, say a strength check or a check on your attribute vigilant, which would be basically a perception check, is you roll a d20 and you want to roll low. So you want to roll equal or lower than your attribute. So say you're trying to make a perception check, you're rolling on your vigilant attribute, and say your vigilant attribute is a 12. So you need to roll a 12 or less on a d20 to succeed. Sometimes if the check itself is more difficult, because say it is very dark or something, you would get modifiers to make the check easier or more difficult. So say a -2 on the check would mean that your attribute is your 12 vigilant turns into a vigilant of 10, so you'd have to roll a 10 or lower to succeed. That's basically how the whole thing works. Attacks are usually made with accurate, and all the other checks, like social checks, are made with, what's it called, the attribute? I think persuasive? Yes, persuasive. Stealth checks are made with the attribute discreet, and so on. Basically, all the checks that you are doing in this, there's no skills as such, are based on these 8 basic attributes. How combat works in more detail, we will be exploring a little bit later in this adventure, but that's all you really need to know for now. Every character has a number of abilities, which basically are special skills, special features that the character can use. Some features make them better in combat, some features give them magical powers, and so on. These abilities and the traits, which come from the races that the characters have picked, whereas the abilities come from the classes, if you want to call it that. I don't think there's a real class system as such, like D&D has, for instance, or Pathfinder in Symbaroum. But yeah, that's the traits and abilities work in much the same way. They're basically special things, sometimes passive abilities that are always active, sometimes active things that you need to use actions for, and allow you to do things that normal people can't do. Each of our characters has 3 traits and or abilities that are relevant in this adventure, but we will be talking about them in greater detail later on. So let us start into the adventure, unless one of our players here has any very important rule questions to ask right now. Let me know, guys. If not, we'll just be jumping into the adventure. Okay, only silence, so no questions. Excellent. So, this adventure starts on the very southern border of the Titan mountain range, which means we are in the north of the old kingdom of Alberator. You have traveled down from this north because all our characters are actually from the north. All our characters are members of the barbarians or members of the old people, as people call goblins and ogres and such. But we will be talking about that a little bit later. But basically, you have maybe months, maybe even years ago, traveled south to the kingdom of Alberator, but now you want to return up north. It is autumn, and you know, as most people know, that the Titans are become basically deadly to cross in winter. So as soon as the first snow falls, the going becomes very, very difficult. You're hoping to find a caravan master that will let you tag along for the journey north to the promised land. Well, to your homeland, really, because you're all from up north. So you're trying to go home. We are at the start of the adventure in a caravan camp just south of the Titans. The camp itself spans a vast area vegetated by a few slender trees the leaves of those trees have already started to shift in yellow and red and orange because autumn has come. There's about 40 wagons parked in pretty much random patterns around the camp, and in between the wagons there's a multitude of tents. Most of the tents are tiny, weathered, but a few of them are much better made. Some of them look even like small palaces made of cloth, evidently belonging to some sort of noble who has waited until the very last moment to leave their estates further down south. However, you know, even though some of you might have not been down south, some of you might have, you know that the south is all but impossible to live in now. You have, you know that the ground around the camp, and maybe half a day's journey further south, has still enough vigor to nourish vegetation, but the crops soon to be harvested, even this far up north, are not what they once were. The fields are sparsely vegetated, and pale stalks with shrunken ears of grain grow. The orchards that used to be full of apples, lemons, and sweet plums are all but naked. Scrawny cattle can be seen everywhere, grazing in the all but naked fields, roaming wild after being left adrift by their previous owners and caretakers. If you walk further down south, that you will witness even darker scenes. In those places, the soil is blackened and completely lifeless, often transformed into dusty deserts incapable of absorbing water from either rains or rivers. Abandoned cities, deserted residences and castles, ghostly farms whose livestock enclosures are occupied by nothing other than carcasses. Alberator is dead, and all but gone. All that is left is what the people of Queen Corinthia carry with them on the journey over the mountains. And indeed, many of those people are surrounding you right now. The camp, as I said, is rather large. It has about maybe 200 or 300 people here. Most of them are poor families, farmers, and villagers that are carrying all their belongings on their own bodies. You see children, some elderly, but very few of those, in fact. And women and men, some of them look nearly starving, fairly thin. A lot of them are probably unlikely to last the winter, from what you can tell. You, however, have found your place on one of the about maybe 20 or so large campfires that are burning day and night, some of them surrounded by logs to sit on, other by more or less sloppily crafted benches. You have found your way, maybe half a day ago, maybe a day ago, to this camp from coming from different directions. And because you are outsiders, I guess, in many ways amongst the people of Queen Corinthia, the people of old Alberator that make out most of this camp, you have found your way to a campfire that is on the edge of the camp and are sharing it with each other, drawn to each other's company because you are much more familiar with the garbs of the other player characters, the northern garb, so to speak, and the northern manners, the northern way of speech, the northern religion, and northern customs, and all that, and have therefore decided to stick together for now. Now, you don't know each other very well, so I will give you a very, very quick chance to just introduce your character, just very basically, and I'll maybe talk a little bit about your player character's race for those who are not human. Actually, 3 of you are not human. Yeah, just to let you know, and also eventual viewers know, what these races are in the world of Symbaroum, because they are quite different from a lot of the races that a lot of the classical fantasy races, even though they might share names with some of the classical fantasy races. You are not alone on the campfire. There's 3 other people here. 2 are rangers from up north, members of the barbarian tribes, as some of you are as well. You have talked to them very briefly. They are both black, garbed, bearded, long-haired fellas who might or might not be related. You have only basically figured out so far that their names are Bellin and Ludo. I'll just write that real quick in the chat. Bellin and Ludo are the 2 barbarian tribesmen that share your fire. And there is also one human that is not of northern descent on your campfire, a fairly thin man who seems to be some sort of caravan driver, mule master, or something like that, and is also hoping to find a caravan master willing to take him along. And his name is Telk. So Telk. A rather young man and quite talkative when he's nervous, and he seems to be a little nervous, so he has spent the last couple hours talking quite a lot, just mumbling all kinds of stuff. But you have managed to learn that he has done the trip up and down over the mountains and back a few times, so that this would not be his first trip. And he's very interested in your characters, where you come from, and all that, while he is sitting there and having his meager supper, just looking slightly nervous, mostly not looking at Rhaegor, who is our ogre character, because yeah, you are quite intimidating to him, to this poor guy. But he is eager to talk to the others, even though some of you, actually surprisingly eager, considering that some of you are also not necessarily human. But anyway, let's start this adventure off, and we'll be starting with Merlin, as he calls himself, who is playing our changeling character, our changeling con artist by the name of Niha. So changelings, to tell you what they are real quick, is so changelings are basically elven children that have been exchanged for human children. Sometimes the elves come out of the forest, they steal a human baby, and they leave one of their own behind. No one knows really why the elves do that, and the changeling at first looks human, but as soon as they start growing, they stop looking very human, and look more like elves, pale, with sort of weird facial expressions. And yeah, they're mostly outcasts as soon as their parents realize that this is not their child, and often wander the world by themselves, making use of their strange magics. That's why they're called changelings, amongst others, because they can change their appearances with illusionary magic. But anyway, so Merlin, tell us about your character real quick, just a couple sentence or two.
Her elven ears are usually covered by her long, flowing hair, and over the years she's learned to adapt her appearance to make herself appear as human as possible for first impressions. It's hard being a wanderer elf in the forest alone in such troubling lands. She's very well built, strong legs, strong arms. Clearly she's worked very hard most of her life. She's clad in very simple furs on her chest and midsection. She sits by the campfire with a bowl of red berries she picked, sharing them with everybody.
Okay, and your changeling ability, by the way, so you have the shapeshifter trait, which means how that works is you can take on a different appearance with illusionary magic. You cannot mimic a specific person, but you can choose a general appearance, like say a stocky blonde human or something like that. You can also mimic clothing, although the whole thing is an illusion, and people who are close to you or even touch you can try to see through it. To activate this magical ability, you have to pass a resolute check. So your resolute on your character is, let's see, 9. So there's only a 9 out of 20 chance that the ability will work instantly. You can obviously continue trying to activate it if you have enough time. And once activated, it lasts for the remainder of a scene. Now, a scene can be a minute or two, or it can be like up to half an hour, depending on what's going on in the story. It's not a fixed measure of time as such. So one combat is a scene, one negotiation with an NPC is a scene, and all that sort of stuff. That's how your shapeshifter ability works. If someone is trying to see through your illusion, so to speak, you have to roll a discrete check modified by the opponent's vigilance. So how modified rolls work is for every point that the opponent has above 10, you get a -1 on your discrete. So you have, Niha has a discrete of 15, which is extremely good. if the opponent has 10, you're just rolling on the 15 because 10 does not give you any modifiers. If the opponent has 12, it is 2 above average, which means your 15 would be modified by those 2 to go down to 13. If he had an 8 or say a 7, which means he would be not very perceptive at all, you would get a +3 on your check because 7 is 3 below 10. Yep. So that's how all the opposed checks work. The GM in this system never rolls dice. So if the opponent is attacking you, you are rolling defense instead. If the opponent is trying to see through your disguise, you are rolling on your discreet, which is discreet is basically your attribute governing everything from sneaking to lying to disguising yourself and all that sort of stuff.
So she can't like just change her appearance at all, like. Okay, I guess I messed up that intro then.
That's all right. Doesn't matter. You can change your appearance. It doesn't cost you anything except for time and concentration, basically. So you can technically you can't change your appearance constantly, but I just assume the way you like your hair, you grew your hair, the way you're dressed and such is trying to conceal your elvish heritage in a way, like you said,
I
the ears.
like she rounded out her chin, stuff like that.
Yeah. Maybe you might be using some makeup a little bit as well. I mean, you can't completely manage to do it; it's too obvious. But a quick glance or a glance from a distance would see you as a fairly thin human, instead of a changeling, in the way you're dressed and all that sort of stuff, basically. Anyway, so that was our changeling Niha. And we'll be moving over to our first Martin of the players, our Swedish Martin, who is playing Adelar, the warlock, I guess we'll call it.
Witch.
Well, yes, a witch is a
witch
female,
isn't really gender specific. It's more of a modern thing that witches. No, wait, no.
Right.
No.
Actually, witch is
well,
gender.
yeah, medieval times.
Doesn't matter.
Whatever. Yeah. So Adelar is sort of sitting hunched over on one of the logs around the fires and sort of just carving into a thick piece of wood. He doesn't talk much, but occasionally he shoots glances over to Billon and Ludo, and also occasionally to Rhaegor, because he's really odd-looking. And let's see here, he has long, pretty unkempt hair, a bit of a scraggly beard. He's wearing a short fur cloak that just goes past his shoulders, but not really more. Simple just shirt on, and a men's skirt below his legs.
All right. So your abilities, I think, are pretty clear. You are a witch or warlock, so you have some magical abilities. Mostly your, your beast shaping thing that you have. But we'll see how that works, and that also works with the resolute test, by the way, in case you didn't know that yet. Okay, and everything else I think is already clear to you, Martin, and will be revealed to our viewers and the other characters within the adventure, probably. Okay, so moving over to the other Martin, the Austrian Martin, who is playing Fenya, the goblin treasure hunter. Now, goblins are one of the old people, like elves and ogres, but no one really takes them too seriously. They are small, they are quick, they are stealthy, they're clever in their own way, and they are basically, let's say their sense of hygiene is not as well developed as that of most humans. So goblins often find themselves doing jobs that no one else wants to do because they're dirty, they're exhausting, they're difficult. That's why some goblins instead choose to travel the world, as our dear Fenya did. The fact is also, goblins only live until for about 20 or so years, so they're grown by the time they reach like 2 or 3, and by the time they're like 15, they're already old. So goblins live quicker than the other races because they have less time. So they're a little hyperactive in general. Some goblins, like Fenya, also have small magical and not so small magical tricks that they can do. But yes, go ahead, Martin. Introduce your character to us.
Yeah, Fenya is sitting at the fire, and he's petting his wild soul,
Yes,
Kverula.
Yes, he has a wild sow as a pet. Not really a pet as such. It is in fact a familiar. So the sow is about the size of Fenya, probably, maybe even a bit bigger. It's a big, wild, yeah, not a boar because it's a female, but yes, imagine a boar without the big tusks. The tusks are still there, not quite as big.
Yeah, and he's sitting there in his leather loincloth, quite tethered, I guess, and I guess he's already a little bit older, maybe about 10 if he's 20 is his limit. And
Okay.
yeah, he has a love for shiny things, and that is one reason why he wants to travel the world and he seeks out treasure.
Yes,
And
indeed.
he's eyeing not only his companions but the other people who gathered around the fire for stuff that is valuable in any sense.
In your immediate surroundings, you don't see much valuable, I'm afraid. From the looks of it, both Ludo, Balin, and also the mule keeper, Telk, the coachman, they all look like fairly poor people. Yes, you are broke. You're all fairly broke. This is the broke campfire. So your sow is your familiar. How that works is, as long as the sow is close to you, a couple 100 feet basically, you have a mystical bond, which means you can look through its eyes, hear through its ears if you want to, and you can also give it telepathic commands. Effectively, it is as if you're playing two characters at once. It is not like D&D where you have like either you take your action or your pet takes your action. You actually both have your own initiative in combat, and you all both have your own actions. So it's effectively as if you're playing two characters. The interesting thing about the familiar is this bond can also be used to share wounds. So whenever you or your familiar takes a hit, you can choose to transfer up to half of that damage to the other. Should your familiar die, however, you will take damage instantly, like an additional bonus damage, because of the bond. It is quite close, that bond, and you can basically feel each other's pain. So try not to use the poor old sow as cannon fodder if you can avoid it. Anyway, that was Fenya.
One quick question. I have Polearm Mastery.
Yes. What that does will be relevant when it comes to the first combat, and I will explain it then. And the same with Survival Instinct, which is also an ability that will be... Actually, I can tell you Survival Instinct now. So how Survival Instinct works is you can, once per scene, so basically once per combat, you can choose to do 2 movement actions instead of 1. So you basically have a short, quick burst of speed. If you want to run away or run to someone, you have an additional movement action in one single turn.
All right.
And Polar Master, as I said, that's a bit more complicated because it is an adept level. So all abilities, all traits in, or nearly all of them in Symbaroum have 3 levels: Novice, Adept, and Master. So it's basically how well you are, how well trained you are in this specific ability. Most of your abilities are on Novice level, but each of you has one single ability on Adept level, which gives you more stuff to do with, basically. But yeah, as I said, we'll talk about this later on when it becomes relevant. And last but not least, we have Marcus, who is playing Rajor, the Ogre Berserker. Now, ogres are about this ogre at least is about 2 meters tall, so he's a fair bit taller than the average human. Not super tall, but very muscular. And the thing about ogres is no one really knows where they come from. Ogres come from the depths of the forest of Davokar, this ancient forest I've told you about, and they do not have memories. They just wander through the forest, and often they find a gruesome end at the hands of some of the other monsters. But even more often, they find their way to civilized or barbarian tribes or civilized camps, and are often adopted by the people and basically are shaped by their adoptive parents. So ogres are weird in a way, because they're always constantly searching for themselves. Basically, they're on the constant search for their own path in life, their own place in life. They don't really fit in anywhere, and they also have usually they have names that are either derogatory or symbolize a specific personality trait of the ogres. So Rajor, you can probably figure out why he's called that. That's a name that he was given. That's not a name he took for himself. But anyway, go ahead, Marcus, and introduce your character.
Yes, Rachel is a nickname he gets because of his temperament, and he's carrying with him 2 swords.
Indeed.
And he's wearing a leather apron. I'm guessing he's wearing it as an loincloth.
Well, it is a large apron. You're not that much larger as a human. Remember, you're very thick and muscled, but you're only as tall as a very tall human. So
Yeah.
it would still cover a fair bit of your body, at least your stomach area, basically.
Yes. I come from the north, from a forest.
Yes.
I'm raised by a witch. Nothing more to tell, except that I'm eyeing the soul with hungry eyes.
Yes, it is a very thick, a very well-fed sow. Definitely, that's true. You're probably not the only one in the camp that's eyeing the sow. This chubby thing.
And Fenrir is holding his dagger in the hand and spinning it around his fingers, eyeing everyone.
Okay. So as you're sitting there, Telk is talking with you nervously. He's looking over at Adelar and says, "So you're from up north, right? What brings you down south? How often did you do the journey? A couple times, or just once?"
First time.
Sorry, I was talking to, and he points at Adelar away from the ogre, sort of shifting a little bit away as you speak up.
Okay, so Adler just sort of looks up and also just says, "It's my first time too.
All right.
Never been beyond the forest."
Well, I guess you don't like the south much, do you? I mean, no one really likes it. The kingdom's been dead or suffering even when I was born, and now, I mean, I don't know how far south you've gone. There's nothing there.
Much better.
Oh, I don't know. I wouldn't agree with that. The queen has built a great realm up north. May Prios, the sun god, protect her. It's a good place to call home. I'm just doing this trip until I can save up enough money to buy a small farm somewhere. Maybe just on the other side of the mountains, as far away from this creepy forest as possible. He looks at the other two, the goblin and the changeling, and he says, I'm guessing you're from up north as well, right? I mean, no offense, but you don't look like you're from around here.
I'm not from anywhere.
All right. I see. Well, I guess you could say I'm not from anywhere either. We're just all travelers met on the road, right? And you, my little friend, brings you down here. It's an interesting a pet you have. I prefer mules myself. Can you ride that?
Of course I can. Why wouldn't I?
Well, I guess you have the right size, so that's good. You probably don't eat that much either, so that's good as well. Easier to find food, right? And less money to spend on food.
Don't even think about it.
What? What did I say?
You know what I mean.
No, I'm sorry.
Well, on the other hand, you said you're saving money to buy a farm. That is interesting.
Well,
How
I
far
mean,
have you gotten?
not far. I mean, I've done the trip a couple times, but I'm not very lucky with the dice, I'm afraid. Couple more trips and maybe I'll have enough. I don't know. But
Well,
anyway, it's tricky. I really hope I can find a caravan master that's willing to get over the mountains before the first snow falls. It's already autumn. It can only be a matter of days, maybe. But so far, no one's stepped forth.
well, it would be nice if you travel with us.
Well, oh,
Since you made the trip so many times, it would be helpful to have someone.
well, yes, of course. I could show you the best paths and the best campsites and all that. But I mean, do you have money to pay me? No offense, but he looks around the campsite. None of you really looks like they have a lot of gold in their pockets. And that one of the barbarian rangers, Ludo, just gives a, yeah, you can say that twice. And just goes back to smoking his pipe.
We do have services to provide, like protection, though, if you require them.
Oh, I couldn't pay you. No, I wish I could, but I mean,
For an exchange of services instead of exchange of service for money.
yeah, I know. Well, I guess, but thing is, you see, I mean, I need to earn money. I can't afford to just travel over the mountains for free. I mean, that's my job, you know. And as you're talking, a second man, blonde, sort of dirty blonde hair, short, dirty blonde hair, looks a little bit disheveled, dressed in like a leather tunic, steps up to Telk, and he says, "Oh, Keller, what brings you?" And the guy, obviously Keller, leans in and starts whispering in Telk's ear, points over the shoulder towards the sort of north side of the camp. And Telk goes wide-eyed and says, "Really? Oh, that's great. I'll be right there. I'll just pack my things." And the other guy, Keller, just says, "Yeah, don't be too long," and sort of gives the ogre a wide birch and just walks away. The two barbarian rangers have perked up and they're looking at Telk now, who's sort of busy packing his stuff in a small backpack that he has, a very shoddy-looking back thing.
Is something the matter?
He looks to you. "Oh no, not really. Just some good news, I guess." And he continues packing.
Already leaving?
He looks to you. Give me a persuasion check with +5. He's not very strong-willed, this individual.
I got an 8, so I'll make it.
Okay. He looks at you and says, "Well, my little friend, my friend Keller, he's a sharp-eyed one. He found a caravan master who seems to be hiring people for a trip starting tomorrow. So hopefully he'll hire me. I have a ton of experience." The two, as soon as he says that, the two barbarians get up, and one of them, Ludo, says to the other, "What do you think, Bellon?" And the other just shrugs and says, "Well, might as well give it a try. You want to stay in this fucking wasteland forever?" And the other, Ludo, just shakes his head. "No, of course not. You, Mule Man, which one is it? Which caravan master?" A man called Master Augusto, I believe." The two barbarians look at each other, exchange a nod, and start heading towards the north side of the camp. And Keller, Telk seeing this, continues hurrying more quickly, now packing his stuff away, puts his backpack on, and that gives you a nod and a quick, nervous grin, and heads off himself, moving towards the north side of the camp.
Well, you guys, you want to join him?
Seems like the best option. We're not going to stay here forever, are we?
I'm
want to move
tired
as
of
fast
these
as possible.
lands.
I want to move as fast as possible.
I
Okay.
agree.
So you grab your stuff, you pack it up, and
Let's
you
move.
move towards the north side of the camp. Rhaegor the ogre goes first. The people are just moving away out of your way without any problem. That you just lumber forward towards the north side of the camp. And there you can see already from the distance, there's a line of people, about 15 or so people, that are just forming a line in front of a large, brownish, fairly well-made, but not too fancy tent. There's 2 armed men and another armed woman with a spear standing guard around the tent, just keeping the guys in line, and the woman just calls out as you approach, well, you're here to speak with Master Augusto as well?
Yes, we are.
What are you looking for? You looking to pay your passage up north?
Of course not. We want to help you get there.
She gives you a look. Well, I mean, you can stand in line. Master Augusto will decide. I can tell you that he doesn't have space for freeloaders.
We're not freeloaders. We all have our...
I shall earn my keep.
Well, the master will decide. Just wait in line.
And Fenya is gonna talk to Carrera and says, "Go get me some crackers." And slaps her on the back and she...
The sow moves away, disappears into the darkness, followed by at least 3 pairs of hungry eyes.
I watch them as they watch my sow.
Okay. You wait 10-15 minutes, people disappear inside the tent, come out. Most of them look disappointed. However, you can see Ludo and Bellin coming out, grinning lightly. Ludo seems quite eager. Bellin, the other one, the slightly taller one of the two, with this drooping mustache and black beard, he seems a fairly morose fella. He's not smiling much, but he sort of claps his companion on the shoulder. And Ludo, as they're passing you, they say he just gives you a quick glance and says, "Well, we got in easy enough. That's but we've done the trip quite a bunch of times. Good luck, fellas." And they move past. And you can see now Telk and his friend Keller entering the tent in front of you. You wait for a couple minutes, and then they both come out. And Telk is grinning widely and clapping his friend on the back enthusiastically, and says, "Yes, well, that's good. Finally, that's good, Keller. You're a smart guy. Thanks for that." And Keller just says, "Yeah, sure. You'll pay me back eventually, I'm sure." And they both move past you. Telk just gives you a quick glance and says, "I'm in, guys. I'm getting paid. It's good. That's good." And he just keeps going. You can hear a voice from inside calling out, "Enter," to you. And the 2 guards sort of step aside.
Can I do with like my changeling stuff again?
You can change your appearance to any humanoid, basically. Not a specific one, but any, like you can change your hair color, you can change your facial structure a little bit, all that sort of stuff.
I don't know. I would try to change myself to make myself appear as attractive as possible, I guess.
Like a human woman?
Yeah.
Okay. Give me a resolute check as you concentrate briefly in trying to control your changeling ability, your shape-shifting abilities. You haven't really used that often yet. You've only discovered them or learned them recently, I guess.
Yeah, I got a 6, so...
Okay, that's good enough. You shift, and I don't know, you change into a blonde woman, quite a pretty woman with long blonde hair.
Yeah, and everybody with me might be kind of shocked to see that.
Yeah, and like kind of glances, but doesn't seem.
And she kind of looks back, and she like tilts her head, and she like fluffs her hair out, and it's all dramatic, and she just winks at the party.
The 2 guards.
She goes in first, and she sways her hips and everything, you know, the whole 9 yards.
The 2 guards standing there give you a wide-eyed look, and as you pass them, one of them calls into the tent, "Master Augusto, we have a changeling here." And as you step into the tent after Niha, you can see a older man, not very old, but sort of in his late 40s maybe or so. He's fairly well dressed, all in all. Sort of reddish gray hair, a little bit of a salt and pepper beard, and is sitting on a desk that seems to be one of those like camping desks that you can sort of fold in, and is scribbling away on on a piece of parchment. He looks up as you come in, looks at you, and looks at Adelar and Niha and says, "So which one of you is the changeling?"
I just.
Is the ogre here? I'm just gonna point to the ogre if he's in there.
I'm not stupid. I've met changelings before. I don't appreciate being tricked.
Well, are you gonna step forward then?
Yeah, I guess. I mean,
I see.
and I was like, is my form not desirable?
He gives you a look and says, "I'm not hiring people for that sort of thing. Like you might find your luck in Thistlehold or any of the other cities up north, if that's what you're looking for." Gives you a bit of a disgusted look. And says, "Well, I'm looking for people who can pull their weight. Can you?"
I flex my muscles a bit and yes, give it a show.
Adlar just sort of crosses his arms and just, of course.
I can hunt and fish and weave and sew.
I'm gonna whistle, and my boar trots into the tent.
He gives you a look. "Oh, I see. Well, you don't seem to be completely useless. I need people who can defend themselves, though. My guard is spread thin as it is. Can you take care of yourselves?"
I'm amidst 100 people who are hungry, and I have a wild sow with me.
Not bad. But still, the ogre looks strong, but the rest of you, I'm not convinced. I'll require a demonstration, I'm afraid. Guards!
What do you want us to do?
Looks can be deceiving.
The two guards step inside the tent, and one of them says, "Are they giving you trouble, sir?" "No, no trouble so far. But I want a demonstration of their martial abilities." Guards look at each other, then give each other a grin and sort of nod and say, "Well, we'll take them outside and check them out," says one of them.
Me?
They look at you. And the Master Augusto stands up and says, "All right then. I only have a few spots left. Show me what you can do." He steps outside and says to the female guard, "Get another. I need a fourth one." And she moves away and comes back with a fourth guard. The guards themselves look fairly well equipped. They're wearing scale mail armor, shields, and long swords. And they don't look like super experienced veterans, but they definitely look like they've seen a fight or two in their time. Augusta says, "Well then, let me see if you're individuals of enough importance for us to take you up onto the mountains. We'll have a fight here. However, I don't want a bloodbath. So the fight's only going to go until first blood. Right? Am I understood? A few scrapes and bruises are fine, but I don't want any serious injuries. My men are very important to me, and will need them on the morrow. And the same goes for you lot as well." He looks at his guards, who look at each other and give a nod, and one of them says, "Well, be careful, boss. We promise. Isn't that right, guys?" And the other three nod, slight, bit arrogant grins on their faces. They're all, from the looks of it, Ambrian origin, so southerners.
Yak.
All right then. Are you ready? He looks over to you.
Go ahead.
Take positions. Each one of you facing one of my guards.
I swing out my boar.
So
I saw.
you spread out. The guards draw their swords. No blood paths, remember. Whoever takes the first hit, the first bleeding hit, will step out and admit defeat. If you handle yourselves well, I'll take you on.
Well, as far as blood, I don't think my walking staff is going to do much good here.
Well, a first decent bruise is good enough. It doesn't have to be blood as such. That's more of a figure of speech. All right then. So he raises an arm and says, "Let's do this. Start." Okay, so we are jumping into our first combat. So how combat works in this is fairly simple. The initiative is determined by your quick. I've already written a list of your quick stats. If two people have the same quick stat, you compare your vigilant stat. Whoever has the higher one goes first. So there's no initiative roll as such in this system. So what happens after initiative is you have combat turns as usual, and you can do 4 different types of actions. The first is pretty straightforward. It's a move action. So a move action is all kinds of stuff. Obviously moving. Movement speed of everyone is about 10 meters, 10 yards per round, unless you have some special abilities that give you more. Like, for instance, the survival instinct that Fenya has that allows him to do a double move, basically, in one turn. So to move 20 instead of 10. Then what you can also do is move around enemies to flank them. If you do flank someone, you gain advantage, which means you get a +2 to attack, and you deal more damage. You can, movement. Drawing weapons is a movement. Standing up from the ground is also a movement, but that also requires a quick test. If you fail, then anyway, it doesn't matter. I won't not go into too many specifics, but basically you have a movement action, a combat action, and then you have free actions and reactions. You have an infinite amount of free actions and reactions. It's not like D&D where you only have one reaction per turn. You have an infinite amount. Reactions and free actions are mostly some type of abilities, but also things like attacks of opportunity are it's called a free attack. So an attack is a free action. So movement actions, free actions, reactions, and combat actions. So combat actions are generally casting spells, attacking, using first aid onto someone is also a combat action. And you can also use basically like a dash in D&D. So you can use your combat action as an additional movement action to run, to get twice as far. How an attack works is you roll accurate to hit, and the accurate is modified by the opponent's defense. So the guards, because their shields have a defense of +2, which means that they're actually not that good fighters. So which means that to hit them, you have to roll your accurate, and you add +2 to it. They're not very good at defending. So some of you have abilities that allow you to roll different stats. So actually, I think only one of you has. So Niha, you have the feint ability, and you have it on adept level. What feint allows you to do is you can attack as long as you're using melee weapons that are short or precise, which means I believe your daggers basically. I'm not sure if you have any other melee weapon that is any of that. You can use your discreet to attack instead of your accurate, which makes it much better for you because your discreet is 15, which is very high. So you'd have to hit the guard. You have to roll 17 or less to hit one of those guards. That's basically how it works. If an opponent attacks you, as I said, I'm not rolling the attack. You're rolling defense. Defense is usually your quick stat modified by the accurate of the opponent. So the guards, I believe, have an accurate of 10. Oh, no, sorry, a 13 actually. So they're decent in the offense, which means that you have to roll a quick -3 because 13 is 3 above 10. to avoid being hit. Is that more or less understandable so far?
How does my backstab work? Is it just whenever I'm behind somebody?
So
Or
how your backstab works is once per turn, if you have advantage, which basically means if you're flanking someone, if he can't see the attack coming, if you're have a higher position than him, and like other things, you deal 1d4 additional damage. And you can also use discreet instead of accurate for a backstab attack. So even if you're attacking with a weapon that's not short or precise, as long as you're doing it with advantage, you can use discreet as well. Also, a advantage attack already adds plus 1d4 damage. So with backstab, it is plus 2d4. For a normal person, it is plus 1d4.
sick.
Anyway, that might be a little bit much for now, but that's pretty much all the combat rules that you'll need to know for now. Oh, one last thing. Does any of you have long weapons?
Yeah.
My staff, but I'm
Yes,
not going to use it.
Okay, so Fenya has a spear, right, or something like that.
Yeah. Spear.
Okay. The good thing about the long weapon is at the start of combat you can have one free attack before combat starts, basically. That happens before anything else. So as soon as the opponent gets into range, basically, because you have a long weapon, you can strike before he can, no matter what his initiative is, can get to you. And that because you have the polearm mastery on adept level, you can do that not just once at the start of combat. You can do it any time an opponent approaches you. So every time someone steps into your threat zone, so to speak, you can do that free attack, which gives you a whole bunch of attacks if you use it wisely. That ability.
So like, I don't even know though. Like, so even if I got the first attack, I would still have to drop my thing and use an action to take my dagger, right?
Yes. Yes, exactly. Drawing a weapon is a combat action, so you would not be able to draw a dagger, and unless you had the quick draw, which you don't have. There's an ability that allows you to like draw and attack at the same turn. But you can't.
I'm just trying to figure out if it's worth it or not.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Anyone else has anything? Let me see. Yeah, and once you deal damage, it is modified by the opponent's armor. So say you roll 1d6, you deal 1d6 damage. So roll 5, and the opponent has armor 3, which means the opponent takes 2 damage. The same thing happens to you guys as well. You also have armor that you can roll to absorb hits. But we'll see in action in a moment.
What weapon are they using against us?
They are using swords, long swords.
They're long. They're considered a long weapon or a short?
No, it's a normal weapon. It's a hand weapon. It's neither short nor long. It's in between.
All things considering, I'm just gonna use my dagger.
Okay, so you just drop your staff and draw your dagger as the guards are approaching. Okay, I assume Rhaegar, you want to use both your swords?
I'm thinking about using only my fists.
Okay, sure. If you do use your swords, your defense goes up by 1, and you can do 2 attacks. But both attacks have to be against the same target. That's what twin attack does. That's one of your abilities.
I can't use it unarmed?
You cannot use it well, it says wielding 2 weapons. So I assume... I'm not sure if unarmed...
are 2 weapons, I guess.
I don't think fists count as weapons as such.
I'm pretty sure that has to do with parrying, and you can't do that with fists.
I don't wanna kill them.
Oh, you won't. Don't worry.
Okay, I draw 2 swords.
You might not want to use your Berserker ability, because that adds a lot to your damage.
Yes.
Okay. Even then, they probably won't die, but I'm sure Master Augusto would appreciate it if you didn't cripple or like severely injure one of his guards in the fight. Anyway, the guard facing you is looking... The other 3 are looking fairly confident, like they're gonna wipe the floor with you, but the one facing you looks a little nervous. Anyway, so we will be starting combat. The quickest one of you is Fenya. So, what would you like to do, Fenya? Well, first, what you can do is do your free attack with your spear if you want.
Well, in preparation of the whole thing, I want my wild saw Fabula to get to discreetly get to the back of the fighting pit behind the
Okay.
enemy.
Okay, but it's not her turn yet. She's acting on her own initiative.
Yeah.
But you can do that, yeah,
but
once it's
in
her turn.
preparation of the fight.
Yep, okay.
And
Sure.
then I'm gonna, of course, attack with my spear.
Okay, yeah, you jump in because you have a long weapon. You can do an immediate strike even before the combat starts. So, which means you roll an accurate, and you get a +2 because the guards, as I said, are not very good.
I rolled a 19.
Okay, so the first stab goes wide. The guard blocks it with his shield, even though it's a very quick stab, quicker than he would have expected. He's still fast enough to bring the shield up. So that was the long weapons. And so no other character has long weapons amongst you, right? At the moment. Okay, so that's long weapons. Then we start the proper fight with, as I said, Fenya. What would you like to do?
I would like to try to hit him again with my spear. Just
Okay.
stab.
Okay.
And that's +2, you said, right?
+2. So you're accurate,
Yeah,
whatever
so
your accurate is.
Yeah, I fail again.
Okay, so let me check that real quick. So your accurate is 10.
Plus
So you
2
have
is
a
12.
yes,
I rolled a
12.
13.
So you're rolling a 12 or less. Okay, this time is very close, but at the very last moment he managed to, with the rim of the shield, to bash your spear head away from his face. And that was. Do you want to move or anything like that, as well?
I'm gonna take a step back and look at my trusty Querula
Yeah. Okay.
and
Okay.
give her a nod.
Adelar, the witch, warlock, whatever. You're up next.
Okay, so Adlar is not gonna pull a weapon. He's just gonna roll up his sleeves and just assume fist fighting stance.
All right. Yes. You have natural warrior, which means your unarmed attacks are better than usual.
Yeah, and just gonna jump forward and try to punch him in the face.
All right. That is
So
also
that's-
an accurate attack.
Yep. Let's see, I have accurate
10.
10.
So 12. 12 is your chance to hit as you jump forward and punch.
7.
Okay. Yeah. The guy was waiting for you to draw a weapon, and then all of a sudden you leap forward and punch him full in the face. Roll damage. So your unarmed attacks deal 1d6 damage. Yes, which is a lot, by the way. I mean, not a lot, but for unarmed
2.
attacks. Okay, 2 damage. He just bounces off his helmet without doing anything. He shakes it off. So, a little surprised, but yes, not surprised enough. And you're like shake your arm for a second. So the guards have 3 armor, which means they soak 3 damage every time they hit. Because you only dealt 2 damage, he doesn't take any damage. The armor soaks everything. Okay, now Querula, the wild sow. It is her turn.
And she's gonna charge the guard from behind.
Excellent. You have advantage on this attack because you are flanking, which means Querula gets a +2 from the advantage and another +2 because of the guard's defense, so +4. So an attack with +4.
All right.
Which means a 15. Wow, Querula is a dangerous beast.
Yeah,
Okay,
she is.
and because it is a advantage attack, you also deal an additional 1d4 damage. So it's 1d6 plus 1d4. Oh wow, that could go badly for the guard.
5 points.
Okay, the guard is flung forward. You duck as he flies over and lands face first in the dirt with a little bit of blood trickling down his back as he takes 2 points of damage. By the way, your toughness is your hit points, in case you didn't realize that yet.
All right. And
So
then I say, there you go. And I'll pat my bow.
The guard gets up and says, I guess you got me. Not really fair, but fuck it. And Master Augusta says, well, we won't be facing off in a knightly tourney, yes? You won, Goblin. You're in. And you're pig as well. Anyway, so that was Querula's turn. Now we have both Niha and Rajor, in fact. You're pretty much acting at the same time because both your... so you choose. Usually you would roll a d20 to determine who goes first, but I don't give a shit about that right now. You just choose whichever wants to go first.
I go first.
Okay. So, what are you doing?
Twin attack.
Okay, so you jump in, and yeah, you use your twin attack, 2 attacks, 1 sword each, going down against the
What does it mean? I have this ability on Adept.
Yes. So usually, what twin attack does is it gives you +1 defense.
Okay.
And additionally, if you have on adept level, you can actually do 2 strikes.
Oh.
So that's why you can do
Nice.
2 strikes. That's what the adept feature, the adept level of this
Okay.
ability gives you. So you can strike with one hand with 1 sword each. 1 attack with each sword. So that's what I wanted to say.
Okay.
So
2
you have
rolls against 12.
what is your accurate?
10.
Yeah, so 2 rolls against 12 as the guard tries to bring up the shield to block your attacks.
That is a 10.
That is a hit. He's not quick enough. Second attack.
And this is a 17.
Okay, so the second one misses. The first one hits. So, because you have the robust feature, which basically signifies your massive size as an ogre, every ogre has that, you can, once per turn, choose to deal an additional 1d4 damage with an attack that hits.
Yes, I do that.
Okay, so you use that ability, which means, I don't know what your sword does, probably 1d6, yeah? Let's see.
1d8 plus 1d4.
Oh, that's, yeah, the 1d8 plus 1, the 1d4, I believe, is from that ability, yes. That's the one from robust, basically.
Okay.
So 1d8 plus 1d4, ooh, okay. That's a lot of damage.
8.
Okay, wow. As you jump into the guard, he blocks your first swing, but the second one you just slice into his chest full force and cut a decent deep cut as he takes 5 points of damage, and he I surrender, I surrender. He just drops his sword immediately, like bleeding quite a bit. Not a deadly wound by any means, but definitely painful. And Master Augusta just says, "Well, I should have known, I guess. Well done, ogre. You're in. We can always use one of your kind." Okay, and while this is happening, Miha, you're up.
Yeah, is there any way I can like try to maneuver to their side or try to get them to bait them towards me and try to feint them?
Not on your own, it's a bit tricky. Like, you're standing right in front of him, and he's obviously looking at you, the guard. You got the woman guard. She's just looking at you sternly, sword out, like resting on top of her shield, the pointing towards you.
Yeah, I don't even. I mean, I just got a dagger. I mean,
Okay, you jump in, stab with your dagger, try to pierce her defenses. So you can use, because it's a dagger, you can use a discreet, which means you actually roll on a 17. You're lightning fast.
I got 12. So okay.
Yeah, so you use your feint ability, which allows you to roll on discreet against instead of accurate for the attack, which means you feint high, she raises the shield, you duck in low, stab her in the leg, or roll damage. What is that?
6.
6 damage. Okay. So your dagger is 1d6. You sure?
Yeah, dagger 1d6 short.
Oh, it does. Yeah, you're right. Cool. Oh, you might have an ability that deals additional.
Is there any more modifier?
No, there's no modifiers as such. There's just dice. So just 1d6. Yeah, that's it. And you pierce her armor, deal 3 points of damage to her as you stab her in the leg, and blood trickles down. She shit! What? Looks down and says, "Wow, you're faster than I thought." Gives you a nod and presses one hand against the wound and limps off.
Yeah, and you see, she just saw this really frail, attractive-looking female just completely take her down.
Yeah, that was very fast.
She's never gonna live that down back at the quarters.
Okay, now the only one who hasn't scored a hit yet is Adelar, standing there, and the guard will strike back now looking around, shaking the punch off that he took to the face, and just bring down the longsword. Okay, so he is attacking. His accurate is 13, which means you to defend Adelar, you have to roll a quick check with -3.
Okay, so 10.
So you quick at 13?
That's a 6.
Okay, you duck. The sword goes over your head. It cuts air. And that was the guard's turn. The other 3 guards are already out, which means we are coming back to Adelar's turn again. You're the only the last 2
I'm gonna
fighters.
attempt to punch him in his solar plexus.
Okay. Stepping in close and oosh.
Fuck, 19.
But his shield is straight there. You just punch in his shield. And he's, you won't get me like that, you barbarian! And just swings the sword again. As you try to weave and duck.
7.
And again, he's not fast enough. You dodge both of his strikes, his wild strikes.
Oh, for Christ's sake, a 16!
But again, you punch and his shield is there again. And, you're just circling each other. He's
I hit a 17 on my dodge.
And yeah, he cuts in and hits you in the shoulder. And you take, what's your armor?
None.
Oh!
No, wait, no, it's not. See here,
Yeah,
which
I
1d4. Okay, yeah, okay, cool.
1d4, okay, yeah. So roll the 1d4 to see how much you...
4.
Excellent, you deflect all damage. So your leather, your fur that you have on your shoulders actually catches the blade. It cuts, like, there's a cut in your fur now, but there's no blood. The soldier looks onto you for a second, and sees that there's no blood and just growls. Ah, damn, I thought I had you. Your turn.
9.
Okay, you jump in, this time, quick enough, and punch him in the solar plexus as you intended.
1.
But again, the armor just blocks the attack, and he growls, goes in for an overhand strike,
15.
and he hits again.
Christ's sake, 2.
Okay, you take 2 points of damage as the sword cuts you in the shoulder, and it's not a massive cut, but still hurts. You stumble backwards, and Master Augusto steps in and says, "That's all right, that's enough." He looks at you, Adelar, and says, "Well, you're not bad, but you should have used weapons. What kind of spectacle was that supposed to be?"
Well, my fists are stronger than this puny dagger I have. I just use it to cut wood with.
I see. Is there anything else you can do?
I can tend for myself for the most part. Find my own food. I'm fairly lightweight on a caravan.
Give me a persuasive roll.
Fuck. Let's see here. That's really bad. Let's see here. 5.
Oh, your persuasive is 5. Wow.
Yep.
That's the lowest one you
2.
can get. Oh my god. Okay, so he looks at you for a moment and says, "Well, sure, you can tag along. Don't expect any special treatment, though." So,
never would.
he looks around to you and says, "We're heading off first thing tomorrow morning. The less time we have to spend here, the better. The snow might come up quick, and even though I have a little trick prepared to deal with the snow, if it gets really bad, we better not tempt the weather god and great almighty Prios. We'll leave tomorrow morning first thing. I expect you to be on guard like my guards. You will get food, you will get shelter, but you will not get any payment for this journey. However, should you be attacked, we will defend you, and I expect you to follow my orders. Is that understood?"
I just graciously bow.
He looks at the others.
Yeah, I know.
What? No pay?
You get food, you get shelter and security, and we'll take you to the mountains. I think that's enough. Don't... Oh, what do you think?
Well, there are treasures to be found in the north. So, well, I guess
They are indeed, if you're so inclined. Good. We have a deal then. And he spits in his hand and just holds it out to you, shakes your hands, one after the other.
I spit in my hand and shake hands.
Okay, yeah, your massive hand engulfs his. He sort of. Excellent. You can put up camp wherever you want here. We're leaving first light. And he disappears back in his tent. Oh, stops. What are your names? I need to write them down.
Adlar.
Rachel.
I am Fenya.
I am Nia.
Excellent. I'll write that down then. I'll see you in the morning. And he returns back into his tent, closes the flap behind you. The rest of the people, have been about 5 or 6 people standing in line. They're like, oh, shit, and just disperse as he closes the tent flap behind him. Okay. You have survived your first combat encounter.
Almost lost one.
Almost. So, this interestingly enough gives us the chance to explain the rules of regeneration. So, this might shock you, but you regenerate 1 hit point per day. One point of toughness, I should say. This is dark fantasy. There is healing magic, but it's not very.
Is there an ability or something that you can use to heal?
Yes, there is the Medicus ability that heals 1d4 each day, but none of you has that. That's basically if you're a trained doctor, in a way. There's also healing poultices. They're not potions as such. They're more like bandages and so on, which I believe also regenerate like 1d4, and you can apply them once per day or something like that. But none of you has them at the moment, so don't worry about that. Luckily, most of you are not injured. Okay, so you spend a restful night in the deep shadows of the Titans, and in the morning as the sun comes up, about 50 or 60 people plus about 10 or so wagons gather together. And you can see the caravan master, Augusto, standing there with another man, a man that you haven't met before. He is a fairly tall human, a southerner, obviously, with a bit of a black, finely trimmed beard, short black hair, and looks sort of wealthy, is wrapped in a reddish robe, and has a fancy-looking leather satchel over his back. And Augusto, the caravan master, just gestures everyone to come closer and says, "Listen up, everyone. This man here, by the name of Bartolomeo, is a wizard of the Ordo Magica. He is accompanying us on the journey, and he is the reason why we are eager to travel through the mountains despite eventualities of snow. This good man here has an interesting artifact with him that will prevent us from getting snowed in if worst comes to worst. However, let us hope that we do not need this magic and can progress without any difficulties. I expect everyone to follow the commands of my guards, of myself, and Master Bartholomew here. Is that understood?"
Sure.
Clear.
The people around nod. "I expect everyone to do their duty, to help out if there's any problems, and to gather firewood before we settle down for the evening. Be careful. The mountains can be dangerous. There might be bandits and wild beasts aplenty. Do not move too far away from the caravan. Stay within sight if possible. Well then, let's get it on." And he hops onto one of the wagons, and his about 10 guards or so spread out, and the people slowly start moving up into the mountains.
Can we try to find Telk?
You can, certainly.
I would like to try to find him.
Sure. Yeah, he's pulling 2 mules, heavily loaded, with bags and such with him. But he smiles at you as you come up and says, "Ah, My goblin friend, welcome. His companion, the Keller, the black-haired guy, is also there. Just gives you a quick, shifty-eyed look and a nod as you approach. He
And then
doesn't seem to trust you much. He seems quite suspicious as you approach.
And I'm gonna ask Telk, what kind of beasts are there we should expect on this journey?
Well, usually not too many. There's some jaguar in the mountains. Jakar, sorry. Which are like wolf-like creatures that hunt in packs. They can be dangerous, but I personally have never had trouble with them, luckily enough. Just stay close to the caravan and it should be a problem. They don't like fire, and they don't never attack a group of people that is as large as ours. Isn't that right, Keller? Yeah, sure.
And what of these bandits? You've encountered them?
No. The bandits are mostly tails. Might be some on the northern side of the mountains, but there's so few people here in the south, and the people hardly have anything. So, I mean, there's nothing worth stealing, really. So bandits, they might become a problem in the last part of our journey, but honestly, I doubt it. Our caravan's good enough. With you and the soldiers, there's a good 15 or so capable fighters. Must be a massive, very desperate bandit group to attack us. Don't worry, my friend. Everything will be fine.
Sure thing. And I guess we're traveling together, or we try to stay together as a group.
Sure.
Know each other. And I'd like to say to the group, I don't know this. The bandits, we have an artifact with us that somehow shields us from the snow. This is something that might be valuable, either for someone who likes treasures, which may be a bandit or not.
How should they know?
Well, information leaks everywhere. I know of it.
Well, let them try.
As the ogre cracks his knuckles. Okay, and you travel up into the mountains. You leave the camp behind. The journey north has begun. The landscape is still forested, often so densely that you cannot see more than trees and the wobbling wagons on the road ahead. The journey goes slowly upwards, winding between wooded hills and shallow canyons. At times, the wagons reach a crest from where towering mountains can be seen further north. The sun shines from a clear blue sky, as if the sun god Prios has heard the travelers' prayers for good weather conditions. Even our guest, the caravan master, seems at ease, and you can hear him muttering, "The lawgiver's face smiles warmly over the pass. That bodes well," to some of his guards. At dusk, it is as usual time to make camp, and the caravan forms a corral. The guards and you have shifts just patrolling the camp as people set out to gather firewood, bring it back, and have large fires blazing all through the night. The first night passes without incident, and you continue your journey higher and higher up into the mountains. Behind you, you can see the empty, blackened land that was once the rich kingdom of Alberator, and you cannot help but feel relief. Even though the north is far from a paradise, the south still is such a bleak country, and you cannot help but ask yourself, why did we ever travel down south? The second day dawns, and still the sun is high up in the sky. A few clouds are to be seen, but not many, and you travel further and further up. The going is difficult for some of you, but most of you are physically fairly fit, even though you have to walk uphill most of the day. The wagons aren't particularly fast, so it is not a very swift pace that is set. Dusk approaches once more. You start to take your positions. People set out to get firewood, and then just as the sun is about to dip behind the mountains, the sky is still lit. You can all of a sudden hear a cry in the distance. Ah, help! Thieves! Thieves!
Well, I run towards the noise.
Okay, you can see
too.
two guards also running with you, and you come to a small stream, and you can see 3 men and a woman standing there, members of the caravan, just looking at Bartholomew, the novice member of the Order Magica, who is sitting on the ground, rubbing his head, and you can see there's a little bit of blood on his head, and he looks angry and slightly confused and a little afraid. He looks up as the guards and you approach and says, he took it! Someone took the sunstone!
Where did they
I
run?
knew it! I knew it!
The guards are like, what? What do you mean? The artifact's gone. How are we supposed to... We need to get
Where
it back.
did they run off to?
I don't know. I knelt to wash my hands. Someone clubbed me from behind. I must have been unconscious for a minute or two.
Can I see tracks in the ground?
Yes, you can try to look for tracks, certainly. While the guards are... one of the guards is helping out Bartholomew, the other one is rushing back to camp to let the caravan master know what happened. Let's see. What would that be? Tracking.
I'd like to help with that by using my board to sniff Bartholomew.
Okay,
and search
sure.
for similar
Let's
smells.
see. So it is a vigilant check, of course. You
For
can
both
both...
of us?
Yes. And you get... Let me see. You get a -1 to that. As you're looking for tracks.
Oh, my Querola smells something.
What? You cannot roll for your pig.
Sure, she's vigilance too.
Yeah, I know, but it's not a tracking pig.
Alright, then I use my own. And I
Yeah,
still
you have...
smell
Yeah.
through her.
What are we doing?
Yeah, you're tracking someone who stole the artifact and clubbed the wizard down while he was washing his hands at a stream.
Damn, all that happened? Damn.
Seemingly. Yeah, you just heard a cry out in the distance. You ran there and found the wizard rubbing his head with like a big, well, not a big, but a wound on his head, basically.
What's tracking in this?
So, sorry, what was that? So Fenya and Adelar are trying to track. What did you roll? Did you succeed?
I succeeded.
Okay.
I did not.
Okay. So Fenya finds faint tracks along the riverbank that are leading west. One single person from the looks of it.
Yeah, and I make my pig search, of course, because I don't do anything. And I say, there, they went west.
One of the guards is... How many were there?
Do I know?
You think there's just one person. The tracks seem to indicate just a single person.
Either they were walking in the same steps, or it was just one.
Just one? What a single person. Must be someone from the caravan. Let's find out who's missing. If he's missing. He might have doubled back. And he walks back. And one of them, like, he takes the wizard and helps him move back towards the caravan. Bartholomew seems fairly fine. The 3 or 4 onlookers disperse, looking at each other quite... yeah, they don't seem to want to get too close to any kind of magical artifact from the looks of on their faces. So, what would the 4 of you like to do? Is anyone going back to camp? Anyone following the trails?
I would like to follow.
Yeah, I'm going after too.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to earn my keep here. So, yeah.
Okay, so you're all following.
I want this treasure.
Okay. So you're all following along the tracks. So you're following the tracks for about 10-15 minutes, moving further on into the thick forested slopes of the mountains. Give me a second check. Again, the same thing, vigilant check with -1.
Just him.
Ah, shit. Failed horribly.
You lose the track, I'm afraid.
I can't roll.
I got a
You
1.
can, yeah, you can roll. Sure,
Okay.
everyone can roll.
I got a 1.
Excellent. So Niha picks up, and
6.
okay. So Adelar and Niha actually both pick up the trail where Fenya lost it, and they point off. And you can now see, as you're stepping out towards that direction, you can see there seems to be some old building, like an old tower or something, in the distance. As you approach, however, you realize it's not a tower, it's the remains of an old windmill built on a slope. One part of the windmill, even though it's mostly torn off, is still sort of lazily moving. The tracks seem to be leading pretty much straight there.
Is there only one way in?
You don't see the base of the windmill yet. You're still a couple hundred yards away. You can just see the top peeking out from amongst the trees.
So we don't see like where do we see like where the trees end and it's more clear?
It looks like there's a small clearing around the windmill, maybe about, I don't know, 20-25 yards around, in 20-25 yards radius.
I'm gonna try sneak up like just couple of feet away from the clearing. Okay.
You like are you circling around, or are you following the tracks?
Just so I can get a closer look.
Okay, so still following the tracks.
Yeah.
The tracks lead here.
Yes, it looks like it. Okay, so looks like, is that really something you're doing, Fenya, or was that a joke?
No, just a joke.
Okay. Okay, so which one of you is approaching first?
Me,
Sorry, who was that?
Rachel.
Okay, so the ogre just lumbers forward, following the footprint. Give me a vigilant check with -3.
I want to stop him before he gets too close. If he looks like he's gonna get too close.
So
Like,
what do you mean too
just
close?
about like 160 feet maybe.
Oh, okay. So Rajor, Adelar steps in front of you and puts a hand on your chest and says tells you to stop. Do you listen to him?
I see nothing and I won't stop. I go up to the windmill.
He just pushes you out of the way with his ogre strength, continues further, steps out into the clearing, following the footprints, and then give me a quick -3 check.
Quick -3.
Yes.
No.
Okay, you hear a metallic clink, and then a bear trap grabs one of your feet as you step full on. You take 4 points of damage. You can roll your armor, however, and also you can roll, because you are robust, you ignore the first 1d4 hits points from any attack that hits you. Just because your muscular and massive form soaks damage so well.
That 4 total.
So you do not take any damage, but the bear trap grabs your foot basically, but it does not pierce your skin. It's holding you in place, however. You're like, ugh, ugh. The rest of you can see that happening from amongst the trees. You're maybe about, I don't know, 20-25 yards behind him.
I'm getting
I'm gonna
angry.
try to.
Yes.
I was gonna run over there and use my walking stick to kind of pry it off him.
All right. Give me a strong check, Rhaegar.
Strong check.
You would get a -3, but because Niha is helping you, I'll give you a +2, so it's a -1.
Just no.
Okay, you're trying, but the trap holds you in place, and then
-1. No.
Then you can hear a soft cling coming from the ruin, and a crossbow bolt flies out of one of the windows towards the ogre. That will give me a quick check to see if you can avoid this.
Yes. Barely.
Okay, you hear it, see the crossbow bolt coming, and duck under it, and it just flies overhead and hits a tree. And you can hear a voice now calling out, "Don't come any closer! Get the fuck away from me!" She's calling out from one of the windows.
While this is happening, can I just like walk out of sight behind the tree?
Sure. Give me a discreet check. as you're
Okay.
stealthing. You get a
Four.
-5, in fact.
I rolled a 4. Is that enough?
That I don't know. What is your discreet?
Let's see. 2 for 2. Discreet is 7. Haha! It's not
So
enough.
no. You would have to roll. You would have had to roll 2 or less.
Yeah.
As you try to stealth around, you can hear the voice calling out, "Don't you come any closer, you barbarian!"
I was just trying to stealth away from the group, not
All
like
right.
very far.
Okay. Didn't seem
But
to.
if you think that's what I'm...
Whoever is facing you seems to be quite sharp-eyed. He seemed to have spotted you.
Okay, well, fuck.
Okay. Anyway, Fenya, what would you like to do?
Where's the entrance to the windmill?
It's on the ground floor. Just not even a door. It's just an opening, about maybe 20 meters away from you at the moment.
I'm gonna send Karula up front and trot behind her in her tracks towards the opening and try to get cover from crossbow
Okay.
bolts.
Okay. You can move. So you're dashing, I assume.
Yeah, why not?
Okay. So you can move up to the door. Basically, you can press yourself against the wall if you want to.
I can make the same double movement with Karula, right?
Yes. You just use your combat action to move again. So you can move with a movement action and then move as a combat action
Alright.
as well.
Yeah.
You can both do that. Okay. And that will be Adelar. You're up. You're about 30 meters away from the entrance. You're muted.
Haha! Okay, can I just like step back out of his sight?
Yeah, so just crouch behind a tree.
Yeah.
All right, sure.
And when I've done that, I wanna shapeshift into a mouse.
Okay, that would be a resolute check.
Yes.
Just a straight up without any modifiers.
13.
13, is that a success? I don't know what your
Resolute is 15. It's a success. Woo!
Okay, you shrink down your. Are you sure you want to have a mouse, not a weasel or something a bit faster?
Like a rat, something that looked like it would
Okay,
swirl into
sure,
a...
sure. You are a
low
rat.
building.
A rat. You are a rat now.
Yeah.
That was Adelar. Now Querula the Sow is also running. Niha and Rhaegor. So Rhaegor, go ahead first. You're still stuck.
I'm getting angry and then try again to break the trap.
Okay. Niha, do you want to help him in your turn?
I mean, I'm still helping him as far as I know.
Yeah, but you need to use an action in combat to help him.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to save him from the...
Okay. So that will be
yeah.
another strength check with -1.
Still no.
You have 15 strength, really? Okay.
I rolled the 18.
You're just your thick fingers cannot really find a proper grip on the trap, and like it slips away. You cut yourself a little bit, but you ignore the damage. Okay, Niha, would you like to move away or continue helping?
At that point, I mean, I'm not particularly very strong. It doesn't seem like
Go!
it doesn't seem like I'm helping. So I guess I'm just
Go!
and it just kind of looks like we might have to cut it off, and she just starts running.
Go!
Okay, you're running towards the entrance.
Yeah,
Okay.
and she throws her staff to the side, and she pulls out her dagger and starts
Okay.
running.
You can see a crossbow peeking out of the window now, the tip of a crossbow, and because the crossbow man can only see the ogre at the moment, he will take another shot at Rhaegor. So that's another quick check. Rhaegor.
Looks like we're gonna have to cut it off, guys.
Success!
Okay, you duck the second crossbow bolt. Wow, you succeed all your quick checks, but you fail your strength checks. That's your strong checks. That's interesting. What kind of ogre are you?
I have 11 quick and I roll a 10.
Okay, yeah, that's good. You duck under the second crossbow bolt. It hits the ground next to you, and you can hear a fuck from the voice seems vaguely familiar to you guys, especially to Fenya.
Yes.
And Fenya, you're up.
I'm gonna make my way up the stairs.
Okay, there is no stairs. As you step inside, you can see whatever was inside this once has broken down, but there is a ladder, in fact, two ladders that are tied together, so they form one super long ladder that lead all the way up where the crossbowman seems to be.
I'd like to use survival instinct
All right.
and make double movement so I get.
Okay,
up
so
there
you
if I need.
you scuttle out like a rat, yeah. And you are up at the end of your movement. You still have a combat action. You can now see a crossbowman. In fact, give me a discreet check with -5.
With -5. Fail.
Okay, the crossbowman turns around, just reloading his crossbow, and you recognize it is Keller, one of the mule keepers, the caravan man that you have met. You can
And
see
I
he's...
say, I thought it would be talc, but I guess silent waters run deep.
Get away from me! Get away from me! He's just pointing the crossbow at you. But still your turn.
I don't have my weapons out, I guess. I'm gonna draw my spear.
Yeah, you can have your weapons out if you want. You can climb with like a spear and a hand. Spear, you only need like 2 fingers to hold the spear. That's good enough.
I'd like to use the dagger. I think a spear would be too big. Would be
Okay,
tricky.
so you pull your spear on your back and draw a dagger menacingly, little goblin.
I did it before, yeah.
Yeah.
And then I'd like to charge on him and
Okay,
use my dagger to stab him.
Yeah, that is let me see. His defense is +2, so he's not very good at defense. So that's an accurate roll with +2.
I'll make it.
Okay, you jump in
Barely.
and stab him. He tries to parry with the crossbow, but he's not quick enough. Roll damage.
1.
Okay, but he is wearing simple leather clothing, and it's just enough to stop the dagger. It's just you cut open his jacket, but there's no blood as such. Okay, that was Fenya's turn. Adelar.
I'm gonna rush in my rat shape. Gonna rush towards the
Yes.
tower. Can I
You
just
can-
like find a path on the outside? Maybe.
I believe in your small shape you can double move
Double
or something like that.
Yes, and I
Yeah.
gain advantage on quick and discreet checks.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Can I
you
just like find a path up on the outside or something?
So you need, even with double move, you need a dash to get to it, but you can start climbing up in this turn.
Yeah.
So
I want to do that.
roll me a. What would climbing be? I guess quick would be the quick. Yeah, roll a quick check with advantage because not advantage, but yeah, you know.
6. So yeah.
Yeah, easy. You scuttle.
The other one was a 20.
You begin scuttling up the exterior. And that was your turn. Kverula is now just looking up. Can't obviously climb a ladder.
Yeah.
She's a clever pig, but not that clever. Rajor. Still busy with a trap.
Yes.
I
Did you
actually
manage?
would like to make Kvarula throw over the ladder.
Oh. Okay. The Karula runs against the ladder, and the ladder just sort of and then stands there because it's too tall to fall on the interior of this tower-like structure.
Yeah, but it's on the other side, and you can.
Yeah,
reach
yeah,
it, right?
exactly. It's just hanging there now, like just leaning against the wall, basically.
And at this moment, I'm gonna say, you ain't coming back without our help.
Okay. Sorry. Did you succeed, Rajor?
I rolled a 12. Is this good enough?
What's your strength?
15.
You're strong. 15. Yes, that is just barely enough. You managed to finally open the trap and shake it loose and drop it onto the ground. You still have your movement if you
I
want.
go up to the tower.
Okay, you run up the tower. You reach the door. You can see Niha pressed against the wall there, and you can see the sow inside. Niha, it is your turn. What would you like to do?
I'll try to jump up it to the ladder and try to get up there and help him.
Okay. Okay. You do you want to write the letter again? Sort of put it where it was before?
No, I just want to get up there.
Okay, sure. You get up the ladder, and you can see now there's about a 2-yard space between you and that stone platform where the thief and your goblin companion Fenya are standing, looking at each other. So you're at the top of the ladder, but next to you is just a wall. You can jump if you want, but if you fall, it would be like a 15-meter drop or a 15-yard drop or something, or maybe 10-yard drop.
I don't know. What stats jump?
Quick, I'd say.
That's hella risky.
Can you throw daggers?
Before.
Could try. I guess I could try throwing the dagger, right?
Yeah, you can. Sure. It's the same roll. Oh, actually, no, it's not. You would have to roll accurate, not discreet.
Damn. That's
Because
just,
discreet only works in melee attacks.
No, I only live once. I'm gonna jump.
All right, just leaping over. Sure. Roll me a quick check.
Oh god, it's a 12.
That is a fail, I assume.
Yeah,
Okay,
I have an 11.
What? Okay, you only fail by 1. Okay, because that is it makes a difference in this by how many levels you fail. So you manage to grab it and just hanging there now, like oh shit, hanging down on the ledge.
Exactly how I imagined it.
And that's your
It's
turn.
just one of those like. It's just so short. It just.
Yeah, you try to just sort of land elegantly, but you slipped and you just grabbed the edge with your arms and are hanging down.
Yeah,
okay.
and with the rush of adrenaline, her face just seems to be like shifting and morphing as the adrenaline is overwhelming her ability to change.
Yes, Keller, the thief, was like, "Get away from me, you little shit! Treasure's mine!" And he goes in for a dagger attack. He drops his crossbow. Actually, he can't. He drops his crossbow and draws a dagger. That's it. He can't do anything. He doesn't have quick draw. And he just presses against the wall and says, "Get away from me!" and starts slashing the air. "When my friends get here, they'll fuck you up!" And that is his turn. And Fenya.
I'm gonna say give up now or die.
Okay. Give me a persuasive check. Actually, no, that would be more of a
Resolute, probably.
No, resolute is your willpower.
Yeah, but my willpower to overcome
Yeah,
this.
sure. Willpower. Yeah, your willpower against his. Sure, he has a willpower of 5, so you get a +5 on your roll.
I get a +5.
Yes, because his willpower is 5. He has crappy willpower.
Oh, natural 1. Yeah!
Okay. He's like, just drops the dagger. No, please don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. And yeah, he gives up. With that, combat is over basically.
And then I'm gonna take his dagger.
Yeah.
Put it somewhere.
Okay. Yeah, you have a second dagger now.
Bag,
Can never hurt.
and try to help Nihab.
Yeah, with combined efforts, you pull Nia. Niha's not very heavy. You pull her up, and you're now standing. Both of you are standing there.
And I say, it was nice to try.
She smiles. Thank you.
Well,
I didn't think I was gonna make it much longer.
Now give us back the stone.
Yeah, and I'm gonna if I can, I wanna grab that crossbow.
Sure. He has a quiver next to him with 9 crossbow bolts. 8 crossbow bolts, and the crossbow itself. And he also has a small pouch. In that pouch are 3 thalers and a yellowish rock that feels warm to the touch.
I just want to mention that I scuttled into the room and currently
Yes.
still in rat form.
Yeah, the rat is sitting on the windowsill now, looking inside, basically.
Correct the ladder.
Okay, yeah, you push it back into place.
How many papers he had?
Sorry?
How many thalers he have?
3.
I'm gonna take them discreetly.
Sure. Give me a discreet check. Posed by the vigilance of Niha. Well, actually, which one of you has the higher vigilance? What's your vigilance, Niha?
10.
And what's your vigilance, Adilar?
Two. No, I lost
My vigilance is... Oh shit. 10.
Okay, so just a straight up discreet check.
What is he trying to do?
14.
14? Is that a success? No, probably not.
No.
Okay, you can see him, like, looking around, both of you can see that, and pocketing a little pouch of money.
You a little greedy there, Goblin?
We're gonna share it later, of course.
Just wait till the ogre finds out about this.
About what?
Then it's all ogre.
Yeah, the ogre, you can hear that, by the way, because the ogre's underneath you.
I just saved your life. I overwhelmed him. We're gonna get the stone back. And all you did is run around.
Oh, by the way, $3 is quite a lot of money. Not like an amazing, mind-blowing amount, but that's quite a bit of money. So what you have?
Also, don't tell the ogre. Because $3 can't be divided by 4.
I can hear you.
Yes, you can.
Also, you don't know where I am.
Yes, that's true. You don't.
Oh, God.
You see a rat standing there, but you don't give a shit about rats.
Yeah, I'm not
Yes.
very perceptive.
So $1 is 10 shillings, and 100 ortegs.
Whoa.
So yes, $3, 3 gold coins is quite a bit of money.
Alright, so I'm gonna say we're gonna split it up. In fair ways.
Okay. Okay, so a crossbow, by the way, costs $8. It's pretty expensive, and deals 1d10 damage.
He
If you
just
wanna-
dropped out.
If you want to write that down, Niha.
He just dropped out.
Oh, he dropped out. Okay. Oh well. So yeah, for $3 you can buy a shield, for instance. So it's not a super high amount of money, but it's a decent amount of money.
I want to
Ortegs,
scuttle back down and just scout around the area because I heard him mention friends.
Yep. Okay. Give me a vigilant check.
Let's see, vigilant 10. Yes, should remember this.
Are you still right?
So you fell. There's no sign of anyone else,
Hmm.
as far as you can see.
I'm gonna tell Karula to stand guard in front
Okay.
of.
Yeah, so Keller is now feeling intimidated and is like, what are you gonna do with me? Just let me go.
I want the stone.
Toss
You
him,
already have it.
Oh, of course.
toss him down. We drag him back to the camp.
No, please. I don't want to go back there. Who knows what they'll do with me? I have powerful friends. They'll reward you. If you let me go, they'll reward you.
With what?
I don't know, money or something.
Why did you want to have the stone?
I wanted to sell it. What do you think? It's magic.
For how much?
I don't know. For however much Rogan gives me.
Who? Rowan?
Rogan.
Rogan.
He's the leader of the leader of my friends. It's a powerful guy.
How many friends does he have?
I don't know. Quite a few. They're supposed to show up within a day or two. If you let me go, I'll tell them that you let me go, and if you give me the stone, I can bring it to them, and we'll split the treasure 50-50.
Not gonna happen.
But
Let's put him in. Let's bind his arms and legs, and Theoga can carry him back to the camp.
please. You grab him and you pull him down the ladder and you tie him up, and the ogre Rajor just throws him over his shoulder, basically.
Yes.
He's just like whimpering. And you want to go back to the caravan?
I'd like to inspect the sunstone.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. What did the guy say?
He said that he seems to be friends with some, I don't know, outlaws or something, and they're supposed to show up within a day or two, and he wanted to sell them the stone.
Have
And
you
what-
have you checked the tower?
Well, I didn't see anything interesting.
So,
He he must have some sort of provisioning if he is waiting for reinforcement.
from what you can see, there's nothing here.
Just stuff.
We must bring him back to the caravan master.
Yes.
Surely he will reward us.
Anyway, while this is happening, Fenya, you said you wanted to inspect the stone, right?
Yeah.
Okay, give me a vigilant check.
Yeah, succeed.
Okay, so the stone itself is about maybe this size, the size of about like maybe 2 fists put together, a bit more than that. It glows with a pale light, and it gives off a mild warmth, just enough to keep you nice and cozy on a cold day, basically. As you look closer, you can see that in the center of the stone, it's nearly as if the stone itself, even though it seems to be made of stone, is slightly translucent. And there seems to be at the center of the stone, there seems to be a pulsing reddish, like a sphere of a reddish light.
And
That you
I'm just
can
holding it in front of my
vaguely
eyes
see.
and I'm so,
Yeah.
whoa! Being astonished.
I want to run back to camp, by the way,
Okay.
and turn back into human form while on the way there. So
Okay.
roll resolute, I imagine.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys, wait a minute.
8.
Okay, yeah, you easily grow up. You can see there are small groups of guards, like 2 or 3 guards apiece, are looking all around, looking for tracks and such.
Okay, I want to just tell them, go up to one and tell them we found the culprit.
You can also see one of the guards holding the other, so Keller's friend, which name I forgot to write down. Telk, yeah,
Telk.
exactly. Telk, yeah, holding him basically by the neck, and Telk looks fairly distraught.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go up to Tilk and the guard.
Okay.
So, what's happening here?
This guy knows the thief. We figured it out. It's a
Oh yeah,
man
we
named-
already captured the thief.
How you did?
Yeah.
Oh, where is he?
I went ahead of the group. I don't think they knew that I left, actually. I can
right.
point you in the general direction, though, if you...
Did you? Sure.
Yeah.
The guard points at 2 others, a man and a woman, like, you 2, go with him. I think they caught the thief. Do you have the sunstone? He looks back at you.
No, we don't.
You're not there yet.
Yeah, we found him. We found the sunstone. I don't know what my companions are doing with it right now, though.
What do you mean? We need
I don't-
that stone. If the snowstorm hits us.
I know. That's why we need to head there right now.
Right. Let's go. You. He pushes Telk off. You stay here. We'll talk later. And 4 guards rush over with you and like you lead them towards your companions that are coming out of the forest.
Yep.
And you can
I
see
imagine
now.
that takes a while, though. So
Yeah, a couple minutes, not really that long, but you only walked for about maybe 15-20 minutes to get to the windmill. So you run into that direction, and yeah, you guys are talking while this is happening.
And I'm gonna tell them I want to keep this stone, guys.
I'm just looking, where's Adler? Where could he be?
Did he die?
I don't know. He might have took a bolt to the knee.
Anyone seen him?
no, go away, please. You're not allowed here anymore.
You can now see a bunch of guards and Adelar at the forefront rushing towards you through like pushing through the forest, coming your way. And
There he is.
one of the guards shouts out, "You have the thief! You caught him!"
Yes, we have him. And
Ah!
I pointed at the ogre.
Master Augusta will be pleased.
Wait, did you just point at the ogre? When you said the
yeah.
thing?
Oh, the ogre is carrying him.
Yes.
Okay,
Hold
okay,
him
okay.
high.
Yeah. Master Augusta will be pleased. Where's the stone?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? You fucking kidding me?
You have it.
Give me a persuasive. Oh, actually, that would be a discreet. Sorry, you're lying. So, and let's see, vigilant with a -1.
Damn it! I failed.
He looks at you and says, "You're lying to me, aren't you, Goblin? Where's the stone?" He looks at the other two now.
Stone. This. Of course I have it. Here you go.
Grabs it and gives you this look. Puts it back. We need to bring the stone back to the wizard. Let's go. We'll take the thief. Keller, isn't it? Yes? Ha! The caravan master will be happy to talk to you for a bit, and they sort of grab, two of them grab him left and right.
He told us he had friends, so be aware of that.
Friends, right? Well, more bandits and thieves like you?
A guy named Droven.
Never heard of him.
Me neither.
They look at Keller. He's like, no, they were supposed to show up, but they wouldn't be here until a day or two. They won't pose any trouble with. They won't cause any trouble with you. You're better speaking the truth, thief. And they just like pull him away, including the sunstone. And you follow along, and you come to the back to the guard, to the caravan, and you can see Master Augusto standing there, and also Bartolom, the wizard, and a woman with short blonde hair that you've not met before, who's dressed in like a black leather cloak that's wrapped around her form. Master Augusta steps forward, and Bartholomew pushes him to the side, steps forward and says, "The stone. Give me the stone." And one of the guards, sure, master. There you go. And he gives him the stone. Bartholomew takes a look. Everything seems fine, and puts it somewhere in his robes, what looks to be like an interior pocket or something. Well, and he turns over to the other two and says, "I'll let you deal with a thief, caravan master." And Augusto gives a small bow and says, "Of course, Magister, of course. I'll deal with the thief." Turns around and says, points at you now, the four that are standing around, says, "You caught him?"
Yes.
We did.
Well done. That was quick work.
Well,
I think you've earned a little bit of payment.
I think so too.
I'll pay you $2 each. And he takes out a money pouch and puts out 8 golden coins into his hand and holds it out to you.
And I need these $3 changed in silver. Can I have that from you?
Where do you get those?
I just need some smaller bills.
Small coins, you mean? Well,
Smaller coins.
I'm not a money exchange, I'm afraid.
If it's not too much trouble to point me in a direction.
The woman steps forward and says, "I can deal with the goblin if necessary, caravan master." And she takes out a money pouch and pours forth a handful of silver.
So it's 10 silver is $1?
Yes. So you get 30 silver in exchange, or however much you want.
Ah, crap. Still. Ah, well, it's fine. Thank you, woman. That is very kind of you. What is your name?
Lestra.
Lestra.
Let me talk to the thief, caravan master. Let me find out what he knows. Of course, mistress. Sure, he's all yours. Just don't damage him too severely. I want to punish him myself. Do not worry. She steps forth and grabs Keller and drags him away. One of the guards looks over to Caramaster. Caramaster just gives him a nod, and the guard follows as she drags him away, a little bit away from the camp.
Master Augustus.
Argasto.
Augusto.
Yes.
Perhaps it is a good idea to assign bodyguards to the Magister.
That is an excellent idea. I will have 2 of my men follow him at all times. You're clever. He gives you a sort of surprised look and a nod.
A big grin appears on the ogre.
And he takes 2 of his guards and says, "You 2, stay with the wizard. Don't let him out of your sight. I don't want any other weird things happening. We need that artifact. And I don't want the wizards to hear that one of theirs had a accident or anything while he was under my care. That wouldn't be good." 2 guards nod and say, "Of course, yeah, sure," and they head off following the wizard.
And I just sort of get close and talk in a low voice. And I say, "So who was she?"
She's Lystra, Lestra, a black cloak. So, black cloaks, you've heard of them. They're basically a religious secret police, sort of.
So nobody expects the black cloaks.
Yeah, not super like not really an inquisition as such, but yeah, it goes in that they're also like scholars and such, and some of them do have magical powers. You have heard, but they're basically explorers, scholars, and yeah, also some sort of secret police for the church. You would not be too keen on meeting them too much. You have heard scary stories of what they do with people who use magic for bad things. Yes, exactly.
Is she still in the caravan?
Yeah, you're all standing at the edge of the caravan with the caravan master.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a few moments and really observe her and her clothes and her.
Okay.
I've never seen anything like it.
Yep. Yeah, she's wearing a fairly simple but fairly well-made black leather cloak that's sort of wrapped around her form.
Yeah, it's very distinctive.
Yeah, not super distinctive, but it is a little distinctive. Yes, it's not like your run-of-the-mill clothing. Looking at her, she's talking to the thief, to Keller, who looks very pale. But she doesn't seem aggressive towards him as such. Like she's not punching him or anything like that. You do realize that she doesn't really look like a fighter as such. Like she's not muscular from the way she looks more like a bit of a bookworm in a way. Although she does look kind of threatening at the moment. The way she sort of leans forward into the thief's face and talks to him quietly, very intense stare. You can't hear what she's saying. Obviously, she's too far away. She's about maybe 50 yards or so away.
Meanwhile, Finya's going to each person of the party and giving each 7 silver.
Okay. So you are handing it out.
Yes, I am. But I keep 8.
Okay. Fair enough. After this is happening, Keller is brought back to the caravan. A couple of people, seeing him brought back, raise small pebbles and bits and pieces of dirt and start to throw it at him. And he's like, ah. But then Argasta steps forward and says, "No more of that." He looks at you and says, "You caught him. What do you think should we do with him?"
Put him to work.
I can't spare any men to watch over him. I think, he looks around and says, "We should take away everything but his clothing, leave him behind in the wilderness to fend for himself. If he approaches the caravan again, he will be killed." Does that sound alright for everyone?
Yep.
People look at each other and mutter like, "Yeah, sure." That's nearly a death sentence anyway. You can hear like people muttering from the sides, and he's like, "Oh, please, don't leave me behind." And one of the guards steps forward and says, "He said he has some friends that's supposed to show up in a day or two, so I guess he'll survive." Argasta looks at the guard, looks back to Keller, and says, "Good enough. Chase him off." Two of the guards grab him and like basically pull him away from the camp, punch him a couple times along the way, and then just give him a decent shove that sends him stumbling along and falling onto the road. And the caravan slowly starts moving while he's just sitting there, and you can see his form in the distance becoming smaller and smaller and smaller, and eventually he stands up and disappears in the forest. Oh, by the way, Niha, you have a crossbow now. That deals 1d10 damage.
Dang.
So you can write that down, and you would have to use accurate shot for shooting at it with the shots. Also, let me see. I think the crossbow has some other thing with loading or something. Let's see. I think you need a movement action to load it or something along those lines.
Makes sense.
Let's see.
I'm glad and touched it.
Crossbow. Yes, crossbow requires a movement action to be reloaded. Yeah. So yeah, while you're reloading it, you cannot take a shot, or any more shots anyway. Okay. You continue onward. Hopla, sorry. You continue onward with your journey, leaving the poor, or not so poor, thief behind. You can see Telk looks quite nervous, but he doesn't seem to have had anything to do with the theft as such. It's just the fact that he was a friend of the thief leads to people now looking at him suspiciously. But he doesn't seem to face any other repercussions except for that. And you continue on for a day or two. The weather still stays favorable, although the further higher up you get, the colder it gets. The cold bites into your cheeks and your fingers, and despite the more or less decent weather, there's just a little bit of snow, like single snowflakes being thrown into your faces by the wind. There is a few people approaching the Magister Bartholomew, the wizard, and asking him to use the sunstone. You can hear one man, one of the travelers, overhear him speaking to the wizard and saying, "Good sir, please, my children, they feel very cold. They'll catch some sort of sickness. They could use some warmth. You have the power, don't you?" Bartholomew looks at him, quite an arrogant look, and says, "The sunstone has not been activated yet. By the laws of magic, every time you light a candle, you also create a shadow. So this magic must only be used when it is truly, truly necessary. Do you understand what I'm speaking of, good man?" The man shrinks down a little bit and says, "Yes, sir, I understand," and turns around and moves off. They're shaking his head and seeming quite a bit disappointed, a bit angry. FC moves away. And Bartholomew just shakes his head. The oath. He thinks, people like him think magic is just snipping his fingers without repercussions.
Do I see, during the journey, do I see the Black Cloak?
Yes,
again?
she is moving in, actually, in fact, even walking most of the time herself with the people. She just seems to be talking to people. You can give me a vigilant tech check if you want to keep an eye on her in general.
No, I
Okay.
sort of just want to stay out of her sight, actually.
Sure, you can do that. Yeah, you do catch her every now and then glancing towards you, but since not you specifically, but you're like your traveling group. But since you're actually the one that's least weird in your group, you don't draw her too many of her gazes.
The clothes the thief had.
Yeah.
Who has them?
The clothes.
Yeah, we stripped him, right?
No, you didn't strip him. You just left his clothes on him. They took away everything else. Like he doesn't have any provisions, no money, nothing, no weapons.
I thought we
No,
left
he
him naked.
No. He still has clothes, but that's all.
Could have wanted children.
Oh well.
Yeah, Nia's gonna try to find warmer clothes, considering she's quite scantily clad.
Okay. You can buy. Actually, give me a.
I probably wouldn't buy them. I'd probably try to find some to steal, to be honest.
Okay, give me a discreet check.
Oh God! Don't tell me. I failed by 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'll give you actually a +2 on the check because there's a lot of stuff going on in the camp, and clothes are not that well watched. So you choose a opportune moment and grab a cloak and sort of walk away wrapped around yourself. And for a moment, you're afraid that the guy whose cloak it was did see you, but then he looks around and you just disappear in the crowd, so to speak, without him noticing you wearing his cloak.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Yeah, so a couple days pass. So I think, Adelar, you're the only one hurt, I believe. So you can regenerate your health if you need it. Your toughness, I should say, your toughness points. And you continue up and then come up to the crest, basically, and then of the mountains after about 5 or 6 days journey, and then slowly start descending again. And there is not too much vegetation up here, but still there's a few trees here and there. You're not going up to the very highest tips of the mountains, where there's literally no vegetation, just ice and snow. But then
Also,
you need firewood
I
and such.
I lose my temporary corruption once per day, right?
Yes, I'm not sure actually how much temporary. I think I think temporary corruption is instantly gone after the end of the scene. In fact,
Okay.
so it's just for one scene you stack it, and then afterwards you basically just need a couple minutes until it's gone. Anyway, after a few days travel, as I said, about 5 or 6 days travel, you're still constantly. Most of the day you stay with the camp. Only before the evening falls, people leave out to look for firewood. You need to have big fires because the nights are freezing cold, and Bartolom the wizard still refuses to use sunstone. And it is on one such foray that you are out in the wilderness and just carrying firewood, huddling together. And just about to head back to camp, that you all of a sudden hear a blood-curdling scream, "Ah!" Not very far away, in a male voice coming from just around the bend, basically.
Again, the Magister.
No, it didn't sound like his voice this time.
Well, we head towards the direction of Sabian.
As you
Yes.
run in direction, you run around the bend, and you can see the two barbarian warriors that you have already encountered, the Ludo and Bellin. And Ludo is actually on the ground, clutching his arm that is bloodied, and Bellin has his war axe out and ready, and you can see in front of them stands a big wolf-like creature. It is massive. It is nearly pony-sized. It has these spiky bone protrusions on its back, and behind the wolf, sort of circling the whole scene, you can see 4 more creatures, also wolf-like, but slimmer, much smaller, agile, and they seem to be just waiting for their turn, for their chance to dart in, basically. They're looking at you also as you come in. The large wolf, the big beast, looks also towards you as you come around the bend, and gives you a...
The smaller one are cubs.
No, they're different. They're different species.
Ah,
There are 2 different species here. In fact, you can roll. Cunning checks if you wish, because you're
This
all
is close
from
to
the
the
north.
camp, right?
This is about maybe 100 yards or so from the camp.
Okay.
I succeed.
So do I. I rolled a
Okay.
3 on an eye.
Okay. Okay. So you realize these smaller wolf-like creatures are called Jakar. They are basically canine pack animals, sometimes eating cadavers, sometimes hunters. And there's quite a lot of them in the wilderness. They are quite, yeah. There's quite a lot of them in general in the mountainous area and also in the whole north. So you have probably encountered some of them before. The larger creature is something that you probably haven't encountered before. In fact, it is a fairly rare creature called a hunger wolf.
Okay.
And you have heard tales of them, but you've never seen them before. They're solitary creatures, and usually quite shy, despite their size and strength and danger. This one doesn't seem shy at all. He's just snarling at you, and Ludo's on the ground is like, "The fucking beast nearly bit my arm off! Help us!"
I'm gonna just shout out as loud as I can, just Jakar!
Okay, just towards the camp, sort of.
Yeah.
Okay. So the hunger wolf is up first, in fact, and the hunger wolf, after a snarl in your direction, which seems more like intimidating than more trying to hold you back, like scare you away, basically, then it lunges forward against attacking Ludo again, and Ludo just and like it pushes him on the ground. He managed to jam one arm against its throat, where it's starting to like bite, trying to get to his face, but he's just pushing it off. Help me! The Jakar, sensing their chance, you are distracted for a moment, are moving in from all sides. There's 4 of you, there's 4 of them, so one Jakar is running for each of you, basically. They don't seem to be too keen to get too close to a hunger wolf. But there's no hunger wolf in your vicinity, luckily enough. So we will be starting with Fenya. You can do an instant attack against the hunger wolf that approaches you, because you have his spear out.
The hunger wolf.
Oh, sorry, not the hunger wolf, the Jakar.
Jakar.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm gonna do that.
Yep, so he has a quick of 15, so it's accurate -5. The beast is fast as hell.
Yeah, and I'm gonna just...
You stab, but it's too quick. It ducks and jumps. And that will be a... You can roll me a quick check with -3.
Quick check with -3. Oh shit. Natural 20.
Okay, you try to stumble back, but the creature latches onto your shoulder. You take 3 damage as the wolf bites into your shoulder.
So 1d4 against that?
Yes.
And that's 3.
Okay, so no damage. The wolf bites into your armor, but it cannot pierce the armor. You feel the tips of its teeth scraping against your skin, but it's just a very, very little blood coming out. Okay, next one. We have one Jakar attacking Adalar. Do you have a staff, Adalar, by any chance?
No, I do not have any weapons apart from the dagger.
Okay, then the Jakar just lunges for you. Again, that will be a quick check -3.
-3, so
yes, the Jakar are very aggressive and quite accurate.
Quick. Okay, I failed. 14 on 10.
That's also 3 damage to you. As the Jakar goes deep, trying to grab your leg, pull it from under you, but your armor protects you. The 4th Jakar will attack Niha. The third Jakar will attack Niha. Now, Niha, you have the ability, where is it? Feint, Adept, so you can defend with discreet instead of quick as the Jakar lunges for you. That will be a discreet check with -3 for you.
-3? No, I got the worst roll I could get. So.
Okay, you take 3 damage minus your armor.
Well, if it's 1d3 I roll, or whatever.
I don't know what your armor is, but yeah, possibly. You have studded leather, so 1d4.
And I got a 4.
Okay, so no damage either. The Jakar they're hitting you, but they can't pierce your armor. The last one will jump up on a rock, and then from there leap up against Rajor, just trying to land on his shoulders and bite him at the back of the neck, basically. So that will be a quick check for Rajor as well.
5,
That is a with -3. What is your quick?
11.
Okay, you succeed. You duck and the Jakar just flies over you and lands next to you, skitters along the ground and snarls at you. That was the Jakar's turn. Fenya, you're up.
Alright, I'm gonna spin my spear and try to stab the Jakar in front of me.
Okay, accurate, -5.
Crap. I miss again.
They're super fast. Adelar, you're up.
So since this guy is just right next to me, I'm gonna just like try and knee him.
Okay, bring up your knee.
9.
9 is a hit. -5, probably not.
-5. Let's see here, and that's
Yep. What's your accurate?
Aha,
Yes.
no, that's a 5.
Yeah, you miss. The Jakar is too quick for you. Kverula now, the sow.
She's gonna try to circle around a bit as I'm trying to keep the Jakar at bay and try to get him from behind.
All right, sure. You can flank him. Yep. That was a attack with advantage, which means Kverula gets a +2. So all in all, you roll her accurate with -3.
Net 20.
Okay, but Kverula actually nearly tackles you. You have to leap out of the way as the sow just comes storming in. The Jakar is way too fast.
Pig!
Niha.
Alright, I guess I'll go for the one that went for me.
Okay, you fainted and go in for a stab with your dagger.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I actually missed.
Okay, the Jakar is too fast. Snarls, and then jumps away as your dagger stabs through the air. Nothing. And Rajor.
That's more like it. What does Berserker do?
So, you as a free action, you can enter a frenzy, which means every single attack that hits deals an additional 1d6 damage. However, your defense is lowered by... let me see. By how much? By quite a bit. Where is it? Berserker. What? There. A character's quick is considered to be 5 when calculating defense. So your quick drops down to 5 while you're enraged.
Okay.
Well, are you going to enter a frenzy?
Yes.
Okay, you just... I assume you already have your 2 swords out because you've heard screaming,
Yes.
so you would have drawn them while running. Okay.
And I cut 2 times.
Okay,
The
swing
one-
down both swords. That's a -5 at the -5.
That's a miss.
First one slices through the air.
That's a hit. 3.
Okay, the second one catches the Jakar right between the shoulder blades. Oh, and that's going to be... Do you want to use your +1d4? I assume
Yes.
you want to. So that will be 1d8 plus 1d6 plus 1d4. Fuck, that's a lot of damage.
Yes. Ten.
Wow, okay. So the Jakar falls to the ground, nearly dead already with one mighty swing as it takes 8 points of damage. And you can do an additional attack because every character has what's called a pain threshold. If you deal more damage than the pain threshold, the Jakar's pain threshold is 5. So because it took 8 damage in one single hit, it drops to the ground, and you also gain an additional attack as you press the advantage.
Yes, I will do that.
And this attack is with advantage, so you only have a -3 now instead of a -5.
Also a 3.
Okay, that's another hit. as you bring down your sword one more time, and you deal 1d4, so 2d4 plus 1d8 now. Oh no, sorry.
1d8, 1d6.
1d8, 1d6, and because it's advantage, an additional d4. So it's the same again. No,
Only 6.
that's enough. You just cut the Jakar's head off with a mighty swing. Like screaming like crazy. The Jakar's head flies through the air, hits the boulder, and then falls onto the ground, spraying blood everywhere.
Next one.
Okay. Then, yeah, Balin is jumping forward, trying to push the Hunger Wolf off of Ludo, smashing into the Hunger Wolf's side, but and he doesn't seem to be doing too much. The Hunger Wolf is a pretty tough creature, shakes off his attack, and just continues on, gnawing on Ludo on his arm, trying to get to his face, but can't quite get there. The Jakar now, again, one of the Jakars is dead. The other 3, however, will continue attacking. One of them will now attack Querula instead of Fenya. So you're the one that was attacking you, Fenya. Turns, sees the Sao, goes for her. So give me a quick check for Querula, with -5, I believe, unless she has some sort of ability. No.
I make it.
You do?
I rolled a 5, yeah.
Nice. Yes, she has a quick of 13. Wow, that's a quick pig.
Yeah.
She jumps to the side, and Jakar's teeth just snap shut on nothing. Second one goes against Adelar. You try to knee him, but the Jakar is too fast. Jumps to the side and goes in again, trying to grab your foot again, or your knee actually, biting into your knee. You are fast enough to pull the knee backwards and push the creature off. And the last one is going towards Niha. Give me a quick check with -5. Oh, sorry, no, it's for you. It is not a quick check. It is a discrete check.
I got a 10. So
Is that's a success? Yes, actually, you have a 15 discrete. So you feint to the left and then jump to the right, and the Jakar jumps where you were just a split second ago and misses you completely. And that was the Jakar's turn. Fenya, you're up.
I'm gonna try to move behind the Jakar.
Yep, you circle it. Yep.
Who attacked Querula and stab him again with my...
With advantage. So it's
try
accuracy -3.
-3. Ah, that works. -3. No, that doesn't work.
Okay, so you stab out, but
So,
the wolf, the
again,
Jakar is too fast. Adelar.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and kick him again.
All right.
Fucking 19.
No chance. This creature is way too fast for you. Querula. The Sao.
She's gonna use her tusks to defend against the
Okay, just trying to gore him.
enemies.
Okay. Despite advantage, so that will be
Yeah.
13. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's a miss. Niha.
yeah, I want to turn around and immediately try to stab that wolf in the back that missed me.
Okay.
That sounds like he's behind me, so I can use my backstab.
No, for backstab, actually, I don't think that's how backstab works. I think you have to use basically attack a distracted opponent or anything. Someone you're facing like one-on-one, you can't backstab as such.
Oh, okay. I was thinking more literal. Well, is there anybody I can do that with then?
You could attack either Adelar's or Fenya's opponent. But
Yeah.
if you move away, you would provoke an attack of opportunity, a free attack from the Jakar facing you.
Fuck it.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Just give me a quick check as you try to duck away.
Discreet, yeah.
Actually, let me see what you have. Yep. No, discreet. Yeah.
4. I'm good.
Yep. You duck out of the way and you jump over. Which one do you want to go for?
Whoever's closer, don't matter.
They're
Whoever
pretty
looks
much
like
the same.
whoever looks like they need help more.
None of them's hurt yet, so
Then whoever's closer.
it's up to you.
Uh,
You helping the goblin or you helping the human?
I'll go help the goblin since he's
Okay.
little.
Yep. So, backstab. You have advantage on the attack, which means it is a discrete check with -3.
5. Yes.
Yes, and you deal 1d4 additional damage, so 2d4.
2d4.
Yep.
Is that, and that's not even my weapon. That's just the backstab.
That's a
Or-
dagger. The dagger.
No, my dagger's 1d6.
Oh, sorry, that's 1d6 plus 1d4. Sorry, not 2d4 then. I thought the dagger's 1d4. D&D.
So I got a 4 on the backstab and a 5 on the dagger.
9 damage. Nice. The Jakar takes 7, which means you break through his pain threshold, and you can do another attack.
I thought you said I do like double.
No, you
sneak
have to.
damage.
Sorry.
I don't do more damage or something.
Oh yeah, you're right. And 1d4 again, like 1 additional d4. Yes, you're right. It is 2d4
Okay.
plus 1d6. Sorry, yeah, my bad. Because
Yeah,
you gain
then I
1d4
got-
because you have advantage. You gain 1d6 from your dagger and another d4 from sneak attack. Backstab. I mean.
That's 13 total.
You kill it instantly. You just creep up on it, jump up, and pierce it like straight through the neck.
Yeah, she
Dagger.
has that barbarian scream as she just plunges it into the spine, and it's right into the spine. And it does like its death spasm. It doesn't quite realize it's dead.
Yeah. Brutal. And Fenya and Kurula are just looking at the now dead Jakar.
Yeah.
And Rajor.
Looks like the human could use help.
Possibly. There's also one Jakar that has no opponent at the moment.
I
Quick.
flank the one Adela faces.
Sure. Okay, so that will be one attack with advantage. Actually, both attacks with advantage. As you swing
Yes.
down both swords, still screaming like a madman.
Yes,
So that will be a -3 all in all.
it's a 6.
Okay, you hit. Smash. Roll the second attack. Oh, actually, yeah, you have to roll both attacks against the same opponent anyway, so you can't move away and then do another one.
It's a 3.
Okay, both attacks hit, and it is okay. So you have advantage. That's 1d4. You have Berserker. That's 1d6 plus 1d8. So 2d4, 1d8, and 1d6. It's what you deal. Yeah, that is a real fighter character.
12 for the first one.
Wow, that's instant dead. You run up, you pierce the Jakar through the ribcage, you lift it up on your sword, and then pierce it with a second one, and then just throw it away and rip your swords out. As the body just flies through the air, hits the boulder, and slides down, leaving blood behind on the boulder.
That's how it's done.
It is indeed. That wolf won't be eating anyone else ever again. And Adlar is just standing there staring at this. Okay, that was Rage or... Okay, the Hunger Wolf will now look up, still snarling, and let go of Ludo and attack Belun instead, his companion. Belun, surprised by this, stumbles backwards, and the Hunger Wolf strikes at it with his claws and rips open his side. Blood starts trickling out. Belun stumbles backwards. Ah! Help us! As he swings his axe, but the Hunger Wolf is too fast and jumps backwards. The last Jakar, seeing that his companions are dead, his pack mates, will turn tail and run. He's not facing this mad ogre. And it's just he's very fast, so he disappears amongst the rocks. Fenya.
I'd like to. Is it a combat action to mount my boar?
No, that would be a movement action, I'd say.
I'd like to mount my boar and wait for his turn.
Yep, sure. You just hold your spear at the ready and just like, ah! Okay, Adelar. Ludo's crawling backwards away from the Hunger Wolf, bleeding.
Is the Hunger Wolf following him?
No, the Hunger Wolf is attacking Belun at the moment, the other barbarian mercenary.
Okay, I wanna just run over to Ludo and like take my cloak off and
Yeah.
try to wrap it around his arm.
Oh,
like,
okay. Do you have a
to like slow
medicine?
down the bleeding?
Okay, yep, you can do that.
Yeah.
That was your turn then. Kvarula now, the Sow, will charge probably.
Yeah, we're gonna charge. Spear
And-
out.
Yes. So you can
Do we have
both make.
an extra attack then?
Yeah, just 2 attacks. One
Yeah.
for each.
Yeah,
Which of
but
these?
I have a long weapon. So
Yes, you're right. In fact, yes, you have an extra
That's
attack. Yes,
3
because
attacks.
because if you're adept, yes, 2 attacks for you and 1 for Kvarula as you tackle the side of the Hunger Wolf. And in fact, you have advantage on all the attacks because the Hunger Wolf is focused on a balloon, not on you.
all right.
So the Hunger Wolf has a defense of -5, so which means with advantage that is a -3. So all your attacks are at the -3.
So only Kvarula hits.
Okay, you miss both your spear strikes, but Karula tackled the creature, and Karula deals, I don't know, how much damage does Karula deal?
1d6.
Okay, roll damage.
4.
4 damage, okay, yeah, the wolf doesn't show itself particularly impressed, but it does take damage. It is bleeding a little bit. Now moving over to, like, looking back to you. That was Karula. Niha. Hello?
Is it my go?
Yes, your go. You're Niha, yes.
Sorry. Who's left standing here?
Only the Hunger Wolf. The
Yeah.
big beast.
Is there any way I can get behind his ass or no?
You can, certainly. He has
Yeah.
a big pig, a goblin with a spear, and a barbarian with an axe, all circling it now at the moment. So you can easily move into sneak attack, into backstep position.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do that.
Okay, so that is a discreet check with -3. To
-3, then
hit.
I failed that then.
Okay, you move in, you stab, but the wolf is too fast, turns and snaps at you, and you jump backwards.
Oh!
Rajor. There's one worthy opponent left.
You can guess what they do.
Yeah, you run, and bring
And-
both swords down, yes.
Bring my swords down and
Alright, and that's for you as well. 2 attacks with -3.
3
That is a hit.
and a 7.
Okay, both hits as you smash into this creature with both swords.
Do
Roll
I get
damage.
advantage?
You do get advantage, yes. I'm afraid you do. That's not gonna be hurt. That's not gonna be pretty for the Hunger Wolf.
No. $16.
In total.
Not for the first one.
What?
Yes.
What? That's 1d8 plus
1d8.
2d4 plus 1d6. Yeah.
1d8, 1d6 and 3d4.
Oh, 3d4, that's right, you have advantage as well. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, you run up and you just stab out with one sword and just pierce through the whole rib cage. Rip your sword out, and the Hunger Wolf just spurts blood into you, onto all of you basically as there's coming out, and stumbles and falls to the ground and it starts to shudder. And you see something weird. You see its fur starting to disappear. And skin appearing. And then leather clothing as the head changes, shrinks, the claws disappear. And then after about 10-15 seconds, a female elf is lying in front of you. Dead on the ground.
And I throw him 1 silver. You
And
earned it.
at the very same moment, you can see a couple people, 3 of the guards, and Lestra, the blonde woman, the black cloak, coming around the corner, stopping, and they just catch the very last moment of the transformation. And you can see the guards going wide-eyed, white-faced, and making protective symbols of Prios, and starting to pray to the sun god to protect them from this evil magic. The black cloak steps forth and says, "What is happening here?"
We were attacked by Jakars, and this.
She looks around.
What did you say?
Hunger wolf.
Hunger wolf. And we were attacked by this hunger wolf, and well, that's the hunger wolf.
That doesn't look like a hunger wolf to me.
Exactly.
She steps forward and leans in. An elf, so far away from the forests. Most unusual.
Yeah.
Some kind of magic.
She bends over and she takes the one arm of the elf and lifts it up, and you can see the elf has like a bracelet made of iron around her. That seems to be the only piece of equipment that the elf has other than leather clothing. And she takes it off. The slim hand, and the hand falls back onto the ground. Interesting.
I also want to just say that I help Ludo get up off the ground.
Okay, yeah. He's trembling and looking around, and Belun comes up and he sort of. Ludo throws an arm across his shoulders. Belun sort of helps him up as well, and they both give you a quick nod.
I'll go punch a tree until my rage wear off.
Okay, yeah, you just and then punch. There's no trees nearby, but you punch a boulder a couple times, and then slowly cool down.
That's the moment I step to him and throw him one silver coin and say, "You've earned that one."
The Black Cloak now turns towards Adelar, Ludo, and Balloon. Stares at them for a second and says, "What happened here? Tell me."
I gestured toward Ludo. We came here, and he had his arm was bleeding, and the hunger wolf was standing in front of him.
Really? So the elf attacked you, did it?
Well, I don't know the specific circumstances. I bet Ludo would tell you that, though.
Ludo is just, I don't know what happened. We were just collecting firewood. He points off, and you can see there's a small bunch of firewood on the ground, just scattered everywhere. And then all of a sudden, this massive hunger wolf thing jumped out from between the rocks, and as soon as it attacked us, the Jakar came. They must have been close, I guess. I don't think they've been together in this. The Black Cloak nods. Interesting. I know some basic healing. The two of you seem injured. She looks at Belun and Luda. Anyone else injured? She looks around.
No.
Well then, let me take care of you two. Come, let us go back to camp. I might have a few further questions for you. Both of them don't look very happy, but give a quick glance to each other, and then Belun nods sort of morosely, and then they follow her. She steps for a moment, looks back to you, and then follows them as well. Like they all three move back to the camp.
As everybody disperses, I stay and linger a while, and I just observe the elf corpse, having never actually seen another of my kind.
Indeed, this is the first elf you've ever seen. It is a woman. You don't know much about elves, but she seems young-ish.
Yeah,
long silvery hair falling back onto her shoulders.
I touch the skin on her face to feel what her skin feels like, and I run my fingers through her hair.
Yeah, very, very soft, very smooth, in a weird way. It nearly feels like, I don't know, running your fingers over like a very smooth, like a snake or something like that.
Interesting, yeah. She's just gonna stay a while and just absorb it all and take it all in.
She seems more feral than you would have expected.
Well, she was traded to a barbarian village, so I mean,
No, I mean the elf seems more feral than you would have expected. In your mind, elves were like these ancient, superior, extremely civilized beings. This one doesn't really look it that way. Her clothing are fairly simply wrought. Her face is twisted in this visage of anger, and pain, and her hands are still like held out like this, like claws, frozen in this posture as she died. And there's a lot of blood still pumping out of her ribcage.
Is she dead? Dead?
She's dead. The blood will probably slow. The blood flow will slow, probably.
I actually take
very
some
soon.
of that blood into my hand and drink a little bit of it.
Okay, it tastes metallic, warm, salty, with a tinge of something peppery. And there is a weird sensation running through your body, like goosebumps in a wave.
Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, once I'm done doing that, and I commit her face to my memory, I'm just gonna leave her be.
Give me a cunning check, by the way.
Let me check. Okay. Oh god, where is that? Nope.
Okay. Good, so you return back to camp, I guess?
And meanwhile, Fenya is gonna skin 2 of the cars.
Okay.
And is gonna grab the meat of them, which is on the bodies. And
Sure.
gonna make a saddle for his boar.
Okay. Well, that will take you a couple hours to do that, but yeah, sure, you can take them back to camp and then slowly start preparing that, yeah.
On my spare time.
Okay. So yeah, night falls, and as night falls and you gather around the fire, the Black Cloak, Lestra, shows up out of nowhere, just as you're preparing dinner, so to speak. She sits down, and she says to you, "It is better if what happened stays secret. The presence of elves would only unnerve the people unnecessarily. I am sure you agree. I have told everyone that you were attacked by Jakar and the Hunger Wolf. That is bad enough.
We would certainly like some incentive to keep this a secret."
She gives you a look and says, "My friend Goblin, you are part of this caravan, I am sure, are you not?
Yes, I am.
Everything that endangers the caravan endangers you, and the knowledge of these events might endanger the caravan."
But the guards are paid for the duties, and we are not. We're just traveling with them.
Well, that is give me a persuasive with let's see, that will be a -3.
Oh shit! Oh, natural 1.
She looks at you, then shakes her head slightly, puts one hand down her robe, and takes out a thaler and flicks it your way.
What about the Ludo and whatever his face was?
They will not speak of it. I talked to them already. In fact, I think they're probably happy. They seemed quite unnerved by the presence of the elf. Anyway, I bid you good night. You did good work today. She stands up and gives you a nod and moves away from the campfire.
I shiver.
And Kenya is gonna say, "As we are now all friends, all hunting for glory or treasure, I will share this with you as we share everything." And he's gonna take the silver he's got and he's gonna give 2 coins of silver.
Okay.
2
shillings.
2 shillings, yeah, to everyone.
Okay. And night falls, and you take watches and you sleep. And the night passes without any further incident, even though some of you might not sleep as well as others. And you continue on your journey. You're now on one of the highest peaks and slowly descending down. A day passes. A second day passes without anything happening. But then as the third day dawns, you think your journey should be about 2/3 of the way over. You see massive clouds gathering in the sky as the sun comes up in the morning. The weather changes rapidly for the worse. The wind picks up, the sky grows dark, and within an hour, the snow starts falling. Master Augusto says immediately as he sees that the snow starts falling heavily, stops the journey, and he calls out, "Form a corral as protection against the elements. Light a big fire in the center. We will wait out this snowfall. Surely it will not last too long."
What did we save the sunstone for? She asked herself.
Do you ask that out loud, or?
Yeah.
Okay. Master Augusto looks at you and says, "The sunstone can only be used in the most dire of circumstances, not just at the first sign of a little snow. Or that is at least what Master Bartolom says." He looks over to the mage who's standing at the side, but he's not listening at you at all. He's in fact staring out into the snowstorm and has a weird expression on his face.
So how bad's the storm?
What do? You can see the caravan travelers start covering any openings on their wagons. They're putting blankets over the huddled pack animals, and they prepare for at least a few hours, maybe even a full day and a full night in the cold. Large fires roaring very soon.
I'm just gonna help get the fire going.
Okay.
Me
What
too.
about? Okay.
I'm gonna do that as well.
Okay. Niha and
Also, do I see Ludo around anywhere?
yes, Ludo and Belun are in the a little off to the side, huddled close together with like sheepskins draped over them, and looking fairly miserable.
Okay, I'm gonna head over to them.
Okay.
And just gonna that fur I gave you, do you still have it?
Oh, yeah, sure. It's in my pack. He takes out the fur, hands it over. It's a bit bloody. I'm sorry, I didn't find the time to clean it yet.
I gave
You
it
can-
to
you-
you, know
you
what
can
would happen.
You can see now that he's like moving his hands, you can see there's a thick bandages on his arm, but they seem very clean and quite expertly put there. Very well wrapped.
Right. Well, I hope you that gets better and you can use your hand again.
Yes, damn wolf. Yes, wolf. Yes, damn wolf.
Yes. Well, get better, and I walk off.
Okay. Niha and Adelar. Oh, in fact, Fenya as well. Give me resolute checks.
I actually would like to take my new saddle.
Yeah.
Which I worked on the last 2 days.
Yep. Yeah, you did. Yeah.
13 on a 15.
And
Failed.
the area a little bit.
Okay.
So I succeed.
Okay. Adelar.
I failed horribly.
Okay. So Adelar, you are sitting at the fire, and then after a while you can hear the snow. The wind is picking up, getting louder and louder, and as you're sitting there, the snow starts drifting, falling onto your head, onto your shoulders. You feel something weird. You turn around, and you hear for a moment, you hear a voice in the wind, like a voice shouting or maybe even singing something, carried by the wind. You look around, but all the people around you seem oblivious to this. No one has noticed.
That black cloak, is she around?
Give me a vigilant check.
Oh fuck, that's an 18. So yeah.
You don't see her. There's the press of closely packed 50 or so bodies. She's nowhere to be seen at the moment.
I'm just gonna lean over to my companions and just say, something is off. I don't think this storm is quite natural.
What do you mean by not natural?
I heard some things.
Something like.
Not quite normal. Let's just say that.
So something's gonna happen, I guess. You mean?
Yeah, something's gonna happen.
Is it something
Probably
natural?
related to elves, if I had to guess.
Since you are someone who kind of disappears?
What'd you say?
Is it something magic since you are someone who sometimes disappears and appears out of nowhere again?
I understand what you're implying, and I don't appreciate it, but yes, I do think magic is involved here.
That is quite troublesome. Let's be on guard.
Maybe we should try and find the caravan master.
And Fenrir's gonna try to stay close to the ogre.
Okay.
Since he is just.
I want to get up and try and find the caravan master.
Okay. Sure. Adelar, so you get up, you push yourself through the people, and until you found Argasto, who's sitting close to the campfire. He looks up as you push yourself your way through, and says, "What is it?"
Something is up. Something is not quite right here.
What do you mean?
I heard. I can't explain it, but I heard a voice, some kind of singing, maybe, on the wind.
Well, I mean, I've heard all kinds of tales of people hearing weird voices in the wind, but that's just
no.
super.
This was clear. It was clearly someone.
What, you think there's someone out there, like stumbling around in a snowstorm, like maybe another caravan, or?
It was singing. A voice. I don't know. I can't explain it. It was quite unsettling.
You sure you didn't just imagine that?
Let's just say I've had dealings with magic before, and this definitely seems like magic to me.
Is that so? A female voice speaks from behind you.
Well, I come from the tribes, of course. Of course, you must know of our customs.
The black cloak pushes herself through, and she says, "Caravan master, this man speaks truth. I am afraid this storm is not natural." He looks to her and says, "What do you mean, not natural? It is a conjuring. A summoning. It is created or at least strengthened by magic." Do you think that is it's an attack against us? I am not certain.
Could it be elves?
Maybe. Eyes go wide. Everyone that's like close to you, listening to the conversation, which are not that many people because the storm is howling quite loudly, and most people.
I should not have mentioned that.
She gives you a quick glance to the side. The caravan says, "Elves? What do you mean elves? There's no elves in the mountains here."
No, sorry.
We cannot rule out any possibility, but
yeah, I come from the forests. We deal with elves sometimes.
What about Master Bartholomew? He should use the Sunstone. I will talk to him. Let us see what happens first. This magic might be not directed against us. We will see. Better not to draw too much attention, Caravan Master. Wow, I see. I mean, whatever you think is best. I have no experience with these things. She looks at you, Adelar, and says, "A word, friend."
Yep.
Moves off to the side. And the people obviously move away. to make make space for her a little bit, and she leads you to the inner wall, so to speak, of the corral of the where the wagons are standing, and looks back towards you and says, "So you have heard the voice in the storm, have you?
Yeah, I did.
You have uncanny sharp ears."
Well, I was brought up in the barbarian settlements. There were witches there. I can tell magic when I see it.
I see. And when you feel it, right?
I suppose, yeah.
Well, do not be worried. My order has no quarrel with your kind. As long as we are working together, there is no need for us to become enemies.
I'm happy to hear that. Thank you.
Of course, it is not my task here to cause trouble with allies. And there are darker things in the world than your kind.
Nice.
But trust me, eventually all these dark things will be pulled out into the glory and the light of Prios.
Well, I do not care for Prios or the witches, quite frankly.
I would not speak so loud. Not say the statement so loud if I were you. The lands, the Church of Prios is quite powerful in the lands we are traveling to. And not all of them are so understanding as I am. Same goes for some members of my order.
I see. Well, all I want is a sense of normality away from magic.
Well, then. We'll see what happens here. Let me speak to the wizard. She turns around and walks off. And stops then and turns around and says, "And do me one favor, no more talk of elves."
Yeah, it slipped the tongue. It won't happen again.
Right. And she moves away.
Okay. Fuck her. I head back to the group.
Okay, slightly nervous. Okay, and the morning turns into afternoon. The snow continues falling. The wind continues howling, but the fire is blazing, and I mean it's uncomfortable. But this is by no means is this like a danger to you yet.
Are there any drums or any kind of musical instruments?
There are a couple of people. You have seen a couple of people having like flutes, maybe, and like a few small drums here and there. Some people have played before on the journey, but right now most of them seem too cold and tired and maybe frightened to consider making music.
I mean, she's pretty tough, and with the fire going, she feels a lot better. She kind of wants to like play some music to make everybody feel more calm.
Sure, why not? So you borrow a musical instrument and trying to lift the spirits a little bit. Okay, let me see. Let's say, give me a quick check.
Quick check.
Yes.
Of all things.
To your deft fingers try to dance along, even in the cold, along the.
I got a 3.
Okay, nice. You bring forth some nice rhythms with drums and maybe a flute later on. A couple people, after a while, start watching. Some start clapping. 2 or 3 more take out instruments, and you get this nice little circle going, basically.
Yeah,
music.
and I sing some songs that I learned in the village before I got outcasted.
Okay, and you can see you catch the gaze of Augusta, the caravan master, after a while, and he gives you a single, quite respectful nod. Very much aware of what you're trying to do, obviously. But yes, you raise the spirits of the people quite a bit, and the evening does not feel nearly as terrible anymore, despite the fact that snow continues to fall, and the wind continues to howl around the camp, and the temperature gets colder and colder. And then eventually everyone starts going to sleep, huddling close together around the fire. A couple people obviously staying awake all the time to keep watch and just continue throwing wood on the fire. Although if this goes on, your firewood by morning, most of your firewood will be gone. But that's a worry for tomorrow. No one's too keen to leave the camp and go stumble around, look for more firewood. However, the next morning, the storm subsides. The situation is still far from ideal. From the looks of it, there's a lot of snow on the way ahead, and it seems doubtful whether the caravan can continue properly or not. And you can even hear a couple voices calling out for turning around and on returning the way you came, because the way back seems, weirdly enough, free of snow. But those are fairly quickly shouted down by the majority. What are you doing while this is happening?
My ass needs to find us some pair of boots, because I don't have any.
Okay. I'm afraid no one has spare boots at that time, so you'd have to steal from someone's feet, which would be pretty tricky.
I'm gonna be struggling barefoot in the snow.
Oh, you're not barefoot. You have some sort of shoes.
I'm assuming I'm barefoot, dog. I'm telling
No, you wouldn't be barefoot in autumn. You're not crazy.
Well, maybe I got some like thin leather stuff.
Yeah, probably. Probably not ideal. Probably no.
Okay, maybe I can find somebody and I can I'll take their boots and I'll slip my stuff on their stuff.
Okay, give me a discreet check.
Oh boy. Oh, it's exactly a 15. Is that a pass or a fail?
Okay. That would be a fail, I'm afraid, in this circumstance. I'd have to give you a -2 at least for the difficulty. So you are, as you're pulling a guy's boots off, he's sort of in early morning, he's still asleep, but then what? He sits up and sees you and like, what are you doing?
There was a mouse. A mouse was in your shoe. I got it out for you.
What? He gives you this super suspicious look. Give me another discreet check.
You
With a -2.
You sure that's not like persuasion or something?
No, that you're lying, so that's more discreet.
Gotcha. The -2. Oh yeah, I passed that.
Sorry?
Yeah, I passed it.
Okay, so he, after a while, you sort of, there was a mouse and I tried to blah, 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 spin this elaborate tale, and after a while, he nods and goes back to sleep.
Yeah, and I'll go
maybe
scour.
not back to sleep, but...
I'll go scour for an easier mark.
Okay, what is the rest of you doing while this is happening?
Could I have taken the furs of the jackass?
Sorry, the what?
The furs of
the furs. Well, only one fur. You could have taken one fur because Nihad grabbed 2 more, and the last Jakar escaped with his fur intact.
Okay.
Fenya, not Nihad.
Oh, sorry, Fenya, yes. Fenya, yeah.
I didn't get it.
Yeah, you only have one fur. You can have one fur if you want. Okay. And what's the rest of you doing? So Fenya and Adelar, what are you doing at the moment?
So the way back is clear.
Yes, looks like it.
The way front is...
It's pretty snowed in. I mean, there's a little bit of snow on the way back as well, but not nearly as much as going further down.
The cloud formations, is there something I can tell where the storm's coming from?
The storm seemed to have come from the north, so from the direction you're going to. But right now, most of the clouds are gone. So the storm seemed to have passed. If you think, if you wait for maybe a day or 2, the snow should have been melted enough so you can continue.
Finya's probably just gonna make snowballs and shoot people.
Okay, making the best of it. All right. And Adelar, what are you doing?
Sorry, I phased out for a little bit. What's going on?
Oh, it's morning. The storm has stopped.
Okay.
And people are discussing what to do next. And what are you doing at the moment?
Guess I'm just gonna walk around and gather some berries and foods and the like.
There's no berries to be seen, I'm afraid. There's a thick snow cover everywhere.
Gonna eat some snow. No.
Okay. Some yellow or what?
I don't know what I want to do actually.
Okay. Well, you don't need to do anything specific. You can just be sitting around, having breakfast or whatever.
Just walk around, observe people.
Okay. However, after a while, Telk, who is on the lookout, sitting on top of one of the wagons, cries out, "There's someone coming! Two of them! Elves! I think it's elves! And like everyone goes quiet, looks up to him, and the caravan master Augusta goes, "What do you mean elves? What? There's two of them coming up from the north. They're coming towards us. One of them seems to be riding an elk."
I rush up to see what's going on.
Yeah, everyone rushes like forward and sees, and you can see indeed from the very light snowfall, two shapes emerging. One of them is indeed riding a pretty large elk. The other one is on foot and unarmed from the looks of it. They are both elves. You can see silverish, long drawn-out faces, long hair draped back onto their leather armor they're wearing. The one on the elk has what looks to be some sort of longbow or something on its back. The other one seems, weirdly enough, unarmed. And they are approaching and stop about 50 yards or so from the camp. The one on the elk raises an arm and says, "Hail! My name is Godrai. This is my friend Saranri." There's silence for a bit, and then Argasto calls out, What do you want?" "We want the ones called Balloon and Ludo." People look at each other. People look at Balloon and Ludo, who look quite shocked hearing their names from the lips of this elf. What's going on? The Karen Master sort of calls out to them. They two just, "No idea. I don't know," says Ludo. Balloon just shakes his head. The Karen Master looks around, as if looking for moral support. No one seems to be stepping forth. Even the Black Cloak is keeping her own counsel, looking deep in thought, her gaze resting on Balloon and Ludo. Karen Master climbs up next to Telk, up to the top of the carriage, and calls out towards the elves, "What do you want from them?" "They have violated the treaties. They have tunneled too deep into the soil of old Davokar. They are blight-stricken and must be purged." There's silence, and then all kinds of voices like, "What did he say? What purged? Blight-stricken? What do they want to kill? The elves? What do the elves want?" And just like chaos.
Yeah, and I'll just be like frantically running around. What's blight stricken? What's blight stricken? Trying to ask random people, but don't have any success.
Yeah, blight-stricken. You know what blight-stricken means. Blight-stricken means touched by the darkness that is hiding within the soil of the great forest of Davokar. You have all been warned away from stepping too far into the forest, because that's where the blight, the darkness that has devoured the old civilization of Symbaroum, seems to wait and dream. Or some say that it is anyway. Some think that it's just stories.
I want to actually get up to the Black Cloak.
All right, yeah. You push yourself through the talking, panicking people.
And just whisper, I don't suppose you could see their shadows, do you?
She looks at you.
To confirm if they're blight-stricken or not.
Their shadows are interesting. Not quite as usual.
And that sounds like confirmation to me then.
Argasto calls out, We can't, they're part of this caravan. We can't just hand them over to be murdered. You can see one of the elves, the one on foot, who seems younger, the younger one of the two, stepping up and talking to his companion, sort of not really whispering into his ear, but like talking quietly to him. I don't suppose any one of you can do lip reading or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
No, but Fenia is gonna scream, "Except for some compensation!"
The elves ignore you, but a couple people around you look at you like wide-eyed. Then the older elf looks up again and says, I will have those too. Blood will flow if you refuse. We will return at sundown. And then they turn and walk away.
Can I try to follow them?
Sure, if you want to. I mean, it would be pretty obvious because there's
Doesn't
like...
care.
But yeah, sure, if you want to follow them.
She just saw the first of her kind in her entire life just moments
Okay.
ago.
Okay,
But
so
now
you
that
just push yourself out
yeah.
past the guards and you run after the elves. Is anyone trying to stop you or follow you?
I'm
You can
gonna
all-
follow him and I'm
you-
gonna say, hey, Oka, come on. This is gonna be lucrative.
You can all see that, and the guards are like, "What are you doing? What are you?" And Argasto screams, shouts after you, "Where are you going? What are you doing? Come back here!" As you move.
She's like Forrest Gump. She's gone. She's
Okay,
just-
the elves stop, and they both turn. They're about maybe 200 yards away from the camp, still within sight, but way out of earshot. And the older one hops down from the elk, and you can see he's very tall. He's about taller than the ogre, in fact. Not by much, but by a little bit. Only he's obviously only maybe a quarter of his bulk. But still, the other elf is, while also tall, not much taller than a human. Maybe like, I don't know, 6 foot or so. Maybe a bit over 6 foot.
Okay.
They stop as you approach. They look at each other. And the younger one says, "What do you want?" As you approach, the three of you.
And she's all like starry-eyed and glossy, and she's just like almost in complete bewilderment of seeing another elf, a living elf, face to face. And she parts her hair on the side to show her ears.
Okay.
And she's like,
I'd
I
be
am
ashamed.
like you.
You're nothing like us, changeling.
What do you mean?
They look at each other. And the older one says, Leif samaka, salavai hilida, mulese samui. The younger one looks at him and looks then at you quite angrily, and he says in your language, "Let us strike them all down. We don't know who else is all inflicted or infected." The older one shakes his head and says, "No. The two are enough. No others. But they slew my Kerry lass. I know. Her sacrifice will not be forgotten. But the killing ends with the blight-stricken barbarians. We won't start a war today. You know as I do that war is inevitable. If not today, enough. Enough, Sarenri." The younger elf looks down to the ground. And then looks up to you and gives you this nearly animal-like growl that rises up through his throat. And it takes a few steps backwards.
Yeah, and she takes her dagger out and kind of poises herself to show she's not afraid.
The larger one, the older one of the two elves, looks at you and says, "What is it you wish of us?"
I wish to know what I am and where I'm from.
Everyone has to find their own path. It is not my task to show you yours.
And she holds her hands out, and it ripples with her changeling effect. She's like, what am I?
You are one of us, yet not one of us.
She just looks down, like, kind of disappointed in that answer. She doesn't really understand.
You have not gone through the changes. You have not experienced the seasons of life we undergo. Go back to the humans, all of you. Tell them that they should give us the two blight-stricken so we can purge them. We will return at sundown. We expect an answer. If the answer is not the one we require, then there will be blood. And he turns away, hops back onto his elk, and moves away. The younger elf stays there, just staring at you, and again gives you this. And then until the older one shouts out, Saranri! The younger one gives you one last look, turns around, and follows. And they both disappear amongst the rocks and trees.
When they're gone, she puts her dagger away and she relaxes, but as she starts to head back to everybody, she actually wells up and puts her hands up to her face and starts crying. Because she thought it would be some kind of revelation moment for her.
Yes, it is. Your heart feels heavy.
Massive rejection.
Yes, they certainly seemed like a bunch of assholes.
And Fenrir's gonna say, I know how it is to be a misfit, but you now have a family with us. Except the human, he just takes no part in anything.
You return back to the camp, and immediately you are surrounded by guards and like people, refugees and such. And the caravan master, Argasto, pushes his way through, and he's like, "What happened? What did they say? What did I do? Did you talk to them? Did you talk them out of this foolishness?"
Well,
They were not interested in such words. They had not much to say. They seemed quite adamant about these two. And she'll look over at those guys, the two plague-infected fellows.
Yeah. Yeah, they look very afraid, extremely nervous, like huddling close together, and everyone's sort of staring at them out of the corner of their eyes.
I say, when they come, we kill the one with the bow first. He seems like one who I'd like to kill.
You mean elk?
No, the one with the bow. What was his name? Second Dick? I don't know.
I think there will be more.
Elves are arrogant. Elves are arrogant. Maybe they are. It's really just the two of them.
But you heard what he said about starting a war. There must be more of them. Many more.
Yes.
Well, there's more elves, obviously, in Davokar, but that's far away, many days' journey to the north. There's no elves in the Titans, not usually. I've never heard of elves in the Titans.
Who's speaking now?
The caravan master.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I feel there's nothing our good friend Rager can deal with.
Ludo and Balloon, if they truly are blight-stricken, they made the choice, knowing the dangers, and now they are suffering the consequences.
The Black Cloak steps forth and says, "The elves might speak true. There is something about those two. We should put them in shackles and take them to the monastery of the Twilight Friars, or the northern slopes of the mountains, about 2 or 3 days' journey from here. My brothers, the members of my order, can there care for them if they are sick, and we can also study them."
Would we want to go against the wishes of the elves, though? Even if there are just 2 of them?
The elves would probably kill all of us anyway, whether we hand them off over or not. They are brutal creatures, aggressive and deadly in their dealings.
Don't you think they would have already done that? If they wished to do that?
Well, I think they will kill all of us just for safety's sake, as soon as we have handed over the 2.
And Fenrir's gonna walk over to the 2 blight-stricken and he's gonna say,
Yep.
"What are you gonna pay us if we protect you from those?"
Ludo looks at you and says, I don't have much money, but you can have whatever I want. Whatever you want. Whatever I have on me. I'm not whatever they said." sick or anything. I'm not sick. I'm not sick. Do you hear me? He just shouts it out into the crowd, and Balloon just shakes his head and mutters something.
I just ignore them and turn to Black Cloak again and say, either way you expect confrontation, why not try the diplomatic path and prepare for confrontation while we're doing it?
And what would be the diplomatic path? And the Caravan Masters. Yes. Tell me. What's your
hand them the barbarians, and ask maybe to have them handle it while we can see what they're doing.
I do not think so. No, my order could learn much from these two. There is still so much we do not understand about the dark secrets of Davokar. Much that could prove invaluable, save hundreds, maybe thousands of lives in the whole kingdom. The Caravan Master clearly seems at his wit's end. He's just looking between you and like people are shouting out, just hand them over, and some of them are just shouting out like, no, they're part of the caravan, we can't give them to the fucking elves. And like one guy like, they'll kill us all anyway. That's what the Black Cloak said. And yeah, there's like voices shouting from all directions, and yeah, and Telk as well. He's like, well, hand them over, better them than me.
Meanwhile, Fenrir's going to try to steal all the money from the
From what?
directed.
Oh, you're trying to pickpocket?
Yeah.
Okay, give me a discreet check.
Wait, what is he trying to do?
He's trying to pickpocket the crowd.
Yes. I succeed.
Okay. You roll 1d6.
I won.
Okay, you managed to grab a couple silver here and there. All in all, 1 thaler in total.
All right. Nice.
And the Caravan Master's just walking left and right. Like, what are we supposed to do? The elves are coming back at sundown. If we refuse, then they'll attack us. But if we give them the two, they have no proof that they're sick. They look healthy enough to me.
Just sort of lean over to the Black Cloak and whisper, so, do you want to tell him, maybe?
They are sick. The Caravan Master looks at her. What do you mean? They're shadows. They're what? They're shadows? Yes. The mystical aura of the soul that every living being has. I have the gift of seeing it. Their shadows are black. Blackened. Dark pieces swim in their shadows. The corruption of Davokar has touched them. The people are now backing away. The people have heard that are backing away from Ludo and Balloon. Ludo is like, no, that's not true. She's lying. The bitch is lying. I'm not. And then just starts mumbling something. But the people are obviously not believing him. There's now a circle amongst between the onlookers and the two. They're just standing there looking at each other and looking at the others.
So wait, it's Teal'c's Blight Touch, you said?
Sorry?
Teal'c's Blight Touched, too?
Yes. No, not Telk. Ludo and Balloon, the two
Oh,
barbarians.
okay, their voices were like the same.
Well, yeah, I can't do too many different
No, I just threw me off for a second.
Yeah. Well, what are we supposed to do then? Argasto is clearly, like, close to losing his mind. If the elves attack us, if we have those two on our side, the chances are better fighting them off. They look tough enough to. But if we give them up, maybe the elves attack us then. And I don't know. You ogre.
Yes.
You're gonna follow my commands. Are you gonna fight the elves? And
Of course.
no matter what I order.
Yep.
Good. That's good.
Hold up, my friend.
What?
Firstly,
What is going on?
He wants money.
Yes, he's right.
What money?
There's
I
You
throw
swore to.
a snowball at the goblin.
I swore. You swore to follow my commands when you entered this caravan, didn't you, Goblin?
against standard enemies, but we didn't have any payment.
Well, what do you suggest we do? What do you think, Goblin? We should hand them over, or
Well, we left one behind.
what do you mean? Well, he was a thief. He was a thief. These two didn't do anything.
What is worse, a thief or blight-stricken?
You don't get blight-stricken by not doing anything.
Really? I don't know. I don't believe in that shit anyway.
These men, they need to be studied by my order. We cannot hand them over to the elves.
You must have other blight-stricken you order, that is.
Maybe. I am not sure. They are
Well,
close. The Monastery of the Twilight Friars is only about 2 days' journey from here. It would not be too much of a problem to take them there. We should shackle them, Caravan Master.
Well, if we succeed, what is the price for them getting there?
My order is would be ready to pay you some money, Goblin.
Well, if the price is high enough, I think there
Well,
won't be a
this is
problem.
my caravan. I decide what's going on.
Ah, you shut up.
Black cloak or not. You, changeling, Niha, yes? And he points at Adelar. You,
Yes.
what do you say?
I say we attempt diplomacy. Maybe tell them if they're okay with us. If what we deal with the problem, we're aware that they're blight-stricken, and we'll deal with them accordingly and show that we have them shackled. If they accept that.
That sounds like a good idea. I think that sounds like a good idea. We don't need to make any decisions now. We'll
But
say
if
what
they
the.
do not accept it,
Well, we'll be ready to fight. Yes, you'll all be ready to fight. Otherwise, they slaughter everyone here.
yeah. Something tells me that 2 lone elves wouldn't go demanding things of an entire caravan of armed people.
A voice calls out from the side, and you recognize the wizard Bartolom. He says, "The elves are dangerous. I have heard tales of one elf taking on a whole troop in the forest. The older they get, the more dangerous they become. One of them has already conjured a storm to stop us from advancing. There is no telling what weird powers they might have at their command.
The elves were quite old.
We should hand over the 2, I believe.
I agree with this.
The Sunstone and its faith is more important than 2 barbarians. Black Cloak." She looks at him. "You think that strengthens our position? Prius, the one and the giver of laws, wants to corrupt it brought to Ambria, where my brothers and sisters will care for them. We can't just hand them over. They must be studied. If we are to fight the horrors of Davokar, we must first understand them." Bartolom says, "And understand them we shall. But not today. There are many ways. I carry an important artifact. This must not fall into wrong hands." Argaster is like massaging his temples now. Clearly quite a bit of a migraine coming up for him. Just sits down. "I don't know what to do."
I'm bored. I wanna kill something.
More blight-stricken will show up. These are not the only blight-stricken you may study, my cloak.
All right. Yes, yes. I'm sorry, Miss Lestra. I cannot risk the caravan and the Sunstone. We will hand them over. That is a mistake, Caravan Master. A mistake you will come to rue. And she looks around and says, all of you might come to rue this mistake. But, well, do as you wish. And she fades sort of into the background of the walk as she retreats back towards the wagons. The Caravan Master looks, okay. Well, that is my decision then. Put them in chains. Not then let them run away. Ludo jumps up and says, No, wait, you can't do that. They're gonna kill us. We're humans like you. You can't just give us away to these creatures of the forest. Who knows? We didn't do anything.
And if this turns out to be a mistake, you will have a few elven corpses for the order to study.
Well,
remember to ask them if they're okay with us dealing with them first before we hand them.
Yeah, the caravan guards now taking out like manacles and are grabbing Ludo and Balloon, who are resisting a little bit, but there's like 6 or 7 caravan guards against the 2 of them, and they're pushed to the ground and their hands shackled behind their back and their feet shackled together as well. And they just like push them next to a wagon, tie them to one of the wagon wheels so they can't stand up, even if they wanted to. Argasto shakes his head and says, well, guess that's dealt with. We wait for nightfall. Wait for the elves to come back. Bartolom, the wizard, says from the side, you made a good decision, Wagon Master. This is better for all of us. They are only 2 barbarians after all. Their lives, well, there is more important things.
Racism.
Argasto shakes his head weakly and says, well, I guess there's nothing else to do. We wait.
Right.
And the hours pass as morning becomes noon. The sun slowly starts tipping over into the afternoon, and evening slowly but surely starts to approach. People are very nervous, and Ludo every now and then shouts out, we're innocent, we haven't done anything, release us! But after a while, everyone's ignoring him and he just gives up. Balloon, the other one, just mutters and just shakes his head, looking around angrily, but he doesn't make any attempts to escape or anything. Not that he has much choice.
I bring the prisoners some food and water to at least ease their last moments.
Okay. As you do that, the guards give you a nod. You have to feed them basically because they can't use their hands or feet, and you give them a little bit of water. Ludo gives you a nod and says, well, I receive more mercy from you than from my kind. I thank you for that, at least.
But I have received mercy from your kind instead of mine. It's funny how the world works.
As you give Balloon water, he takes it in and then just dribbles down his chin. And as he looks at you, you can see his eyes are completely black.
Immediately jump away from him in like horror.
The 2 guards step forward and say, what's going on?
His eyes! His eyes!
They look at him and they're like, Prius, protect us from the demons of the darkness, and start backing away. Balloon looks around, and Ludo now as well, and the guards are like, something's happening! Something's happening here! And a couple more guards come rushing in, and I don't know if you want to go as well, come as well.
Sure.
Yeah.
And
if we can, I'd like to.
yeah, sure. Yeah, you
Sure.
can hear that. It's not a big camp as such. So, Balloon, as you come, you can see Balloon is trembling, looking at you with these black eyes, and blood starts streaming out of his mouth. I feel no, no, no! As his skin bursts open and his muscles swell, and you can see something big, far bigger than it should be able to fit inside of him, is clawing his way out of him. You can see a massive hand appearing with claws made of bone, ripping him apart from the inside. A large head with 4 horns curled upwards, nearly like a crown. A wide mouth opens and it goes. This noise, like a physical force, like explodes in the camp. People are stumbling backwards. The guards dropping their swords and just stumbling back and like shouting. Give me all a resolute check.
2. Haha.
You stay strong, unafraid.
7.
Fail.
I want to just shout around. Let's see. Fuck. What? How do I want to word this? I want to just shout that get the unarmed away from here.
Okay, yeah.
I failed.
Okay, you just stand there frozen, stumble backwards a few steps, like shaking.
I failed too.
7
Okay.
success.
And roll for Karula as well.
Oh, Karula makes it.
Okay, the sow just and stands in front between you and this abomination. This now grows up and up and up and up and just stands there in the middle of the camp. Like the crossing of some weird wild boar, human, black-furred, bull-like creature, and something with claws. It roars one more time, and then steps forward. Fenya, you're up first.
So,
You can't sadly act much because you are frozen in fear.
damn it.
Adelar, you're up next. Ludo's just stumbling to the side, trying to basically crawl
who
away.
can I
because he
see
can't
around
move.
me?
A lot of people running away. You could see the Argusto is slowly starting to push his way through, trying to draw a sword, but he's also frozen in fear. All the other guards are just rushing the civilians away, except for 1 or 2 guards who are just running away themselves, just full-on flight, dropping their weapons and everything. And you can see the only one who's standing like more or less unimpressed by this whole thing is Rajor, who's just like slowly drawing his swords basically.
I'm gonna turn into wolf.
Okay, so you drop down and you grow fur, claws, and teeth. Your spine lengthens, a tail breaks out, and your face turns into a head of a wolf with big teeth.
I'm just gonna start circling around the thing.
Okay. Oh, you have to roll me a resolute.
Oh yeah,
check, by the way.
resolute check. Right, yeah.
It doesn't work automatically, sadly.
Haha. That's a 6. So yep. Fuck that.
Yes, it does succeed. Excellent. Querula, what do you want to have her to do?
She's gonna run at it. Well, while
Okay.
Fenrir is slowly on his tiptoes stepping back.
Okay. Roll attack. It has a
gonna
plus
use-
2 defense. It's not defending itself much, so you roll an accurate plus 2.
It misses.
Okay. The sow comes to a halt and staring up at the creature. Huh? That was Querula. Now we have Niha. You are also frozen in fear. Rajor.
Berserker Rage.
Alright. You shout your own fury out at this beast that is larger even than you.
I don't have to roll anything
For what?
for the rage?
No, it automatically happens. It's a free action. You just
Free action.
Yeah.
Okay.
You
And then the twin attack.
Okay, you
against
run up,
the-
swing both swords at this massive beast. +2.
Do I get advantage?
No. Actually, yeah. A wolf is circling it. Yes, you do have advantage. So you get +4 in total.
What's the number?
Accurate. Accurate +4.
Also 14, 11,
Yeah, that's one hit. Second attack.
15, not,
No, so one hit strikes the creature in the chest.
and
How much? Wow, that's
17.
a lot of damage. What?
Yes.
How'd you roll 17 on
1d8,
Yes,
1d6, and
and 2d4?
3 d4.
3?
My robust
Oh, robust, that's right. Plus advantage. And where's the third one coming from?
Uh,
No, I think it's 2d4.
2d4.
You're getting any other.
Then -1.
Okay, just reroll maybe the d4s.
Okay.
Just reroll the 2d4s.
Okay, that's one. 2, 1. Also 2.
Okay, so how much is it in total?
10.
Okay, the creature swallows up about half of your attack, even though it's a mighty blow. But still, you cut into its side, and this disgusting ichor comes dripping out of the wound. It stinks like hell, but it's still clearly hurt. It roars out its rage and its pain, and it is now its turn. In fact, it will strike down with both claws against the ogre, as it also uses twin attack against you. So, roll. So you're raging right now, which means you have a quick of 5, but you have +1 because you have twin attack. So that's +1 to your defense, so that's 6. It has an accuracy of 13, so that's -3. So give me 2 rolls against 3.
Against 3?
Yes. So 1, 2, or 3 is a success. Everything else is a fail.
Both fail.
Okay, you take, with the first hit, 12 damage as it tears into you, rips out a massive piece of flesh. But because you have armor, and also because you are robust, what's your armor? 1d4?
Yes.
So you retract 2d4 of that.
One question. What is the 8 parry mean?
No idea. What 8 parry?
8 parry under defense.
Yeah, that's what you are. That's a good question. I don't even know what that does. Is that maybe you can roll it? Let me see. Maybe you can do a parry or something to stop the attack. Let's see. Let's see. It doesn't really say anything in the combat section. Or maybe it does. Let's see. Reactions. 2 free attacks, defense. Character is aware. Oh, okay. So you're not rolling. So you're not rolling quick. You're rolling defense. Defense is based on quick, but it's not the same thing. So your defense is what, 8? Did you say?
Yes.
So you get a minus. I think is it -3 though? With the berserker. Let me check that real quick one more time. Berserker. Okay, no, the quick is considered. Oh shit! What does that mean? The character's quick is considered to be 5 when calculating defense. Okay.
Don't know what this means.
No idea.
Well, it says defense on the character sheet, so let's go with that then.
Yes. So, well, yeah, but the thing is, he's raging right now, so his defense is lowered. I think your defense goes down to 3 if you're raging, because you
Yes. Okay.
so you defend you so you
Let's go with
that
that.
that's still the same. I think I'm not 100% sure.
Yes.
So that would still be a 4. You'd have to roll a
No. Yes.
1 or 2 basically. Anyway, 2 hits. So
Yeah.
roll the 2d4 as this creature tears into you.
5.
Okay, so you take 7 points of damage from the first one, as it rips out a huge chunk of flesh from your abdomen. And what is your pain threshold?
8.
Okay, so you're fine when it comes to that. How much like toughness do you have? 15. Okay, so you're still fine. And the second attack, however, has also hit you, so that's also reduce that by 2d4.
Three.
Okay, you take another 7 points of damage, which still doesn't break through your pain threshold, but you're looking pretty rough, I believe.
Yes. 1 toughness left.
Okay, yeah, you're bleeding like fuck as the creature just tears into you, rips open through your armor and into your rib cage. Ribs break under its massive claws. You've never experienced anything with that strength like that. As this creature is also now just berserking around, basically. That was its turn. So we have Fenya again. Give me another resolute check with +2 this time.
Little help over here.
I failed.
Okay, you are still frozen in fear. Adelar, you're a wolf.
Yeah, and just watching it tear into an ogre like
Yes.
that. I'm not gonna attack that.
But you're faster than the ogre. The ogre was raging and shit. So
I suppose, yeah. What's the other barbarian?
he's trying to crawl away, terrified by this
Okay.
beast. But he's
So,
still like manacled on arms and legs, so he can't really do much.
Yeah, I'm not gonna let him run. So I'm not gonna do
He's
anything
not
about
running, as I said. He's crawling. So
that. Yeah, exactly. I'm not gonna let him run, so I'm not gonna do anything about it. Fuck.
What do you do? Quick.
I'm gonna go in for bite at the ankles of the
Sure.
thing. So
You have advantage, so it's a +4 on the attack.
okay.
All in all.
See here, and it's accurate. I fail by 1.
That's too bad. Despite the +4, okay.
Yep.
You go in for the ankle, but the beast shifts its weight and nearly steps onto you. You jump backwards, and the massive foot slams down where you were just a second ago. Querula the sow can also attack
She's gonna try again to hit
with
her
+4 again.
+4.
Yes.
And 19.
Nope, she misses. She's not too keen. Niha, give me a resolute check. +3.
Plus 3?
Yes, +3. So easier
Oh,
by 3.
no, that's really high. 15.
Okay, so you also stand there, trembling in fear. Ragor, you're heavily injured, but you're still really angry.
Yes. It got down or I got down.
Pretty much.
2 attacks against the creature.
Yep. With +4.
Natural 1.
Okay, you smash into it full on. Second attack.
18 does not hit.
Okay, so but still one hit. And again, so it's 2d for advantage, robust, frenzy, and your weapon damage. So 1d8 plus 1d6 plus 2d4.
12.
Nice. As you you cut through its stomach, ripping it open, as it takes 7 points of damage, and it's looking pretty badly injured after these 2 mighty blows that have cut into its flesh. That is Rager's turn. Now, the wizard Bartolom will step in from the side. He will point at the creature, and he will throw something green and weirdly smelling through the air at it, and he will shout out, "Spirits of flame, obey my command and burn my enemies to the ground!" Actually, I'll have Adelar roll real quick. Just roll me a d20.
Okay. 2.
That is a success. And now roll a d12.
D12. That's the one.
Yes. As Bartolom casts Brimstone Cascade against the creature, and it starts burning, stumbling from one side to the other, looking really, really heavily injured now. That was Bartolom's turn. Now the Blight Beast will look down onto the ogre, who's still standing in front of it, like one sword sticking into its flesh, and will just go in for a hug and try to tear him apart, basically. Let's see.
It just
that
wants
will,
to hug all along.
yes, so that will be 2 defenses against the 3, as usual.
Yes.
Rip.
Do you succeed in any of those?
In one.
Okay.
The second one.
Okay. So roll your armor.
6.
Okay. You still take 4 points of damage.
I'm down.
You fall to the ground, unconscious and half ripped apart. And that was the beast's turn. Fenya, resilient check, resolute check with +5.
All right. How that works?
Okay, you can act. And you can do 2 attacks, in fact, against the creature with the spear.
2 attacks. All
yes.
Right. Any pluses?
+2. +4, in fact. You have advantage as well.
+4. Yes. Both work.
Okay. Let's see if you can pierce its massive hide.
So a 1 and a 2.
Nothing. The spear just bounces off its hide without doing anything at all. That was Fenya's turn. Adelar. Beast looks very heavily injured. Okay. +4.
That's a 2. Fuck, I rolled 2s today.
That is a hit.
A 1d8, I'm pretty sure, right?
Plus 1d4 because advantage.
Okay, 1d8 plus 1d4.
Yes.
Oh, well, now there's a d4 on the floor.
Okay. Yes, that's
okay. That's a 1 and a 4, so 5.
5 is nothing.
Okay.
You try to bite, you're crawling on it, basically try to get to its neck, trying to bite through its thick, massive flesh and muscles, but it's too hard. You cannot pierce through. Querula the Sow will now for sure take the death blow, I'm sure. So that's another attack.
Roll the right dice. Come on, Querula. No, she misses.
Okay, it's a +4? No?
+4?
Nothing?
Oh,
yes.
That hits.
Yeah, you have advantage.
Yeah.
And the beast has a low defense. So roll damage. Plus 1d4 because of advantage.
Plus 1d4.
Yes, 1d6 plus 1d4.
Oh, 9 points.
What? And with that, the sow jumps up and rips out the throat of the abomination with its tusks, and the creature just and falls like a small mountain, just destroying one of the wagons as it falls onto it and stops moving. Now there's this disgusting stench as the creature starts rotting immediately, as if it was already dead for days.
I'm gonna go over to Ludo, was it?
Yes.
And just put a paw on his chest and like growl at him.
Yeah. Okay.
Just stay there.
He freezes. Now that you're in wolf form, in fact, you smell that he smells weird, wrong, sick.
Yeah.
And by the way, while this is happening, Raydor, roll a d20 for me.
2.
Okay, you remain at death's threshold. Nothing happens. Still struggling to stay alive. Now that the fight is over, however, we have Lestra, the Black Cloak, showing up. And she will attempt to use her Medicus ability on you. Just roll me a d20, Rajor.
10.
That is a success. You are stabilized.
Yeah.
And you do no longer have to roll death tests. Okay, with that, the fight is over. You have all survived.
Toughness is as it.
Sorry? You're at 1, I believe. I think that's how it works.
It at 1.
Yes, you regain 1 toughness. I believe that's how it works, Medicus. I'll look it up later, but it doesn't really matter. Okay, Lestra looks around and says, well, that was certainly unpleasant. I don't think my brethren can study much from this heap of rot. And she steps away and nearly pukes.
Fender's gonna say, it smells just normal to me.
What? You goblins.
Probably smells familiar if I read my backstory correct.
Possibly, yes. Yes, Bartolom steps forward and says, well, that was well done. He nods at the wolf. Interesting magics you have in the north. I'm looking forward to hearing more about this. These
I'm gonna turn
primitive traditions.
into a person now.
Okay.
At least I'm gonna try. That's a 17, so I'm not.
Yep. No, you're still a wolf.
Okay.
You're too full of adrenaline to concentrate on your magic for now. But anyway, so to shorten the end of this adventure a little bit, because it's already after midnight and I do need to go to bed eventually. So the elves will show up, and Lestra, the Black Cloak, will, well, agree for them to take care of Ludo, the poor guy. She will interrogate him beforehand, however, and he will tell you that he and Bellon were hired as pathfinders a couple months ago by a group of treasure hunters headed by an unpleasant individual named Gorak and his second, the changeling Alahara. The group traveled into Davokar but did not reach the planned target. They wanted to get to the darker parts of the forest and its well-preserved ruins from the dark days of Symbaroum, but instead they came across a smaller tomb, the final resting place of a long-dead barbarian lord. The others in the team got away with gold jewelry and magical objects. All that Gorak wanted for himself was the verdigris-covered copper crown worn by the dead lord, a crown that had merged with the cranium bone itself. Once returned to Thistlehold, the expedition's members lived like kings for a while. Then they started to die or change. Gorak and Alahara disappeared after a few nights, and Bellon and Ludo started to feel like someone was watching them, so they decided to get the hell out and travel south until they couldn't travel south any longer, basically. And that's the story of the poor Ludo before he's dragged away by the elves, who just give you cold looks, small nods, and turn away to disappear in the twilight of the evening. And after that, you resume your journey. The strong winds subside, the snowfall ends, and you struggle for 2 days and then make it across the snowy plateau through the last pass, and you finally get a fantastic view of the landscape that stretches out before you. Below in the distance lies Indos, the grand capital city of Ambria, towering over a farmland covered in swaying fields and pierced by glittering rivers. Here and there are patches of forest, burning in yellow and red. The patches become more frequent and grow bigger and bigger, the further the gaze wanders north. And somewhere far away the trees gain mastery over the lowland, trees that together make out the dark and majestic forests of Davokar. It is probably only your knowledge of its existence that makes you imagine seeing the red flame of Thistlehold's beacon located at the forest's edge. Karvosti, the plateau ruled by witches and barbarian warriors, cannot be seen, as it lies deep in the woods. The same goes for the hunted ruins of old Symbaroum. And that is likely for the best, since the ruins are said to be monstrously beautiful, almost hypnotic in their overgrown splendor. Argasto interrupts your daydreams with a high-pitched order to mount up. As soon as the cookware has been stowed away, the break is over, and the caravan can resume its journey towards Indos. The wagons sway on bumpy routes, with animals in front and exhausted travelers holding ropes tied to the wagons behind. Weary faces are gleaming with sweat in the chilly mountain air. Steamy clouds fume from mouths and muzzles alike. But despite fatigue and cold, the eyes of the travelers shine as brightly as the pinnacle on the Queen's palace. The promised land awaits your arrival. And with that, we will end our adventure for today. Thank you everyone for playing. Thank you everyone for watching. That was a first small glimpse of the role-playing game of Symbaroum, its dangers, its mysteries, and its rules, of course. Hope you had fun. And yeah, we might be running more Symbaroum games on this YouTube channel in the future. We will see. Yeah, I'll need to get more familiar with the rules first, and definitely looking forward to your feedback, especially for those of you who have already played Symbaroum. Anyway, thank you guys for watching, and I will catch you another time. Bye bye and good night.